Why don't I?
All
look
I
at
gotta
this?
do is add you. Yeah.
Let me try this thing.
It says, I'm in here, it says present, but it wants admin credentials.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Did you try? Because I should be able to.
Yeah, I've been trying.
Chromebook and know how to
Permission is required.
share it.
Right.
Okay.
And then I go here
Just want like.
and I
what's on
tried
my
it,
computer.
allow Zoom, but it needs an.
Oh, you need the IT folks.
Yeah,
That's
they're
something
not
on
here yet.
your computer, not.
Right, no, I
So-
understand, but I'm not able to get it. I'm just telling you that I'm not
Okay, so
able to.
maybe Stacy, if you want to share the presentation.
We may have to do a little bit of thing as well, since I think we're at least down 3 people. Adam, Kristen, Jason.
And Jason will just be here later.
Okay.
And he'll be here later.
Yeah, so yeah. Okay. All right, we got the name cards coming, so we're good with that. Great to see all of you. Thanks for being here today.
Yeah, she's just.
So we'll do our check-in with your name, your position in the district, how you're feeling today. Any kind of information you might have, who's missing. Any issues, elephants, what are your expectations for the day? And then I hope we haven't done this question, I don't think we have. If you had a warning sign, what would it be? I think there's so many different things that you could share about yourself, so. Think about that for a minute, and then whoever wants to start, just go ahead and. Move off.
Mine would be. I would say. I would be watch out for absent mindedness. Not always thinking about them.
Excellent. How are you doing today and?
Oh, more stuff, I'm doing great today, I had a wonderful weekend. I'm a CLBE coach at Carbondale Middle School, I'm here as long as you need me, hopefully. I will pockets. Then people are missing, expectations, I thought this is the last time we need a resolution. Then I will go to Lindsay. Great, Lindsay DeFreitas, school board chair. I'm doing well today. Time constraints are minimal. My husband just wrapped up ski season, so that means I have a lot more support with my day than I do for 6 months out of the year. So that's really nice. Covered who's missing, issues, elephants, nothing outstanding for me. Expectations are the same. I hope that we are starting the day. And then I had a warning sign. Gosh, it would probably be, I'm happier than my face would let you know. I have really bad case of RBF, really familiar with that. And I just have to keep reminding people who are okay, absolutely not, this is just the default setting, so. That's funny. Oh. I'm Jeannie Landon, as my right, I teach in this elementary school, I am okay. I would like to take my dog out for a body at lunchtime. I am consciously optimistic.
The question of the day, what would your warning sign be?
My warning sign. Maybe that sort of shortness that comes right before lunch. Right, and then everything is a little bit better after lunch. Just kind of later. You get to good people's bodies.
Brent Hayes, Masonic High School, doing okay today, no real time constraints, nothing. On the morning side, I'd be like, no, I really don't want to talk to you.
Since they used to be like, proceed with caution. Megan Hartman, school at Salt High School, good, that's kind of constrained. Nothing, and my expectations are have good discourse that we listen to each other. Move forward. And I think my cover inside that we swear slow and frequently are. So. Proceed with caution. My CFO, I'm doing great. It's Monday, had a great weekend. Feeling really rested. Got some budget stuff done, so it felt like a really great balance of everything. No time constraints today. I'm in all day. Just really focused on this work and issues of all kinds. I mean, I think we're good. I think the thing that we're really trying to do is get everything out on the table. So that's the hope, is that there's not any hope that people are not talking about. And so that's what I'm wanting to hope that I have. Expectations, it's just, I mean, treat each other with respect and grace. It's really a good one. Just listen. And listen to understand and not just talk, just have to share space is good. I guess a warning sign is if there was some sort of a shift that wasn't happening for me, then it's like, how do we get to that? That communication is so important. It's us talking and continuing to engage. You know, just really working on each other.
Do you have a warning sign, Christine?
That is my one, yeah, yeah.
Alright.
Is if we don't do that, or if we stop communication.
So I'm Charlie, I work at Glen Springs High School, I'm doing all right. No time constraints, nothing. We'll see on the expectations. If I had a warning sign, it would be like zero filter. For this one. Yeah, I know.
Hey, I'm Les Lucero, the rep for our CEO, our education association. I'm doing pretty well today. Time constraints, I have another meeting at 1:30. No issues. Expectations, yeah, I'm hopeful that we can get through a lot today, close to the end of the year. And I'm really struggling with the warning sign. Maybe it would just be one internally to myself that's like, truckers, you still have 4 miles to go downhill, to remind myself to pace it, because we got a long day ahead of us,
I'm Jacob Wallace, fourth grade at Owens Elementary School. I'm doing well today. I have an appointment in Newcastle at 4. Try to get it. Who is missing the one with no issues or relevant, my expectation just that hopefully this will be our last IBB meeting this year. If I had a warning sign, it'd be if I just start looking for candy throughout the building or wherever I am. I don't know that.
Miles Cook, Lemon Springs High School Social Studies. I'm actually feeling pretty good today. I do have to pick my wife up on the bus, so I gotta be out of here like at 4 o'clock. She was not loving the idea of riding the bus, so I can at least be there early. Expectations, shoot, we should be out of here by lunchtime, right?
Way to be fast.
And warning sign. In general, it's hot.
Right, what was your?
In general, Anna Coble, superintendent, doing well today. I have to be at a meeting with early childhood staff at 5:15 at Riverview, so probably at 4:45. Hard stop. Jason, we're down. Jason Blazak is not in school today. Jason is covering, and then someone's coming in to cover him a little bit. So hopefully Jason's answer will be at 10:30, 11. No issues or elephants. Be similar to others have said that we're gonna talk through stuff, expectations that we get some solutions and can wrap up some of our interests today. My warning sign would probably be like, don't wake up if it's the middle of the night.
I'm Susanna Michael, I teach at Riverview, good, I don't have any time for hurricanes. Same as the real said, and I think probably my warning sign is just, like, are you hungry? It's in my mind, but it's not gonna do it. I am Alicia Grimes, science teacher at Orangeburg High School. I'm good today, time constraints, I was just. And anybody can provide insight into this. My car is charging over by the like Carbondale area or whatever that you can charge a car. I think it says like 2 hours. How serious am I on that signage? I don't know. So that might be a time constraint. So if I eventually get up and go out, that's where the week is to save the car from hospital tickets, since the cop shop is right there. Who is missing? I think everybody's been talked about issues, elements, and expectations. I would just kind of lump into one. Like, I really hope that I can go back to my staff that either been texting or coming to my room and talking to me and saying, well, are we getting a step or no? I would like to be able to have a response for that by the time this is over today. One way or another. Warning sign. I would just say like internally, this is just like a warning sign for me. If I start to misplace things, it's not good. It's a warning sign that like my brain's not doing well with what is going on in life and the way it shows up is by losing things.
CO Sparsa, Basalt Elementary School, fourth grade, dual language. I'm alright, time constraints, reasonable hours, up at home. Everyone that's missing has been talked about, issue or elephant. Seeing the schedule today, I'm not seeing a place for the salary talk that I thought we were having today. So that I think is the word, and I think that we're gonna talk about that, but I could totally be wrong and we're doing another meeting automatically, but it's not on the schedule, so I would like that to be. Expectation. Same as always, that there's everyone trying to get things figured out, and we have some news to tell people. If I had a warning sign, it would be culturally blunt. I come from a region in Mexico where it's seen as disrespectful to skate around a problem. So I tend to be blunt. And some of you that know me personally know that. And I don't mean any offense to it. It's my second nature that I've been fighting since I was small and in the valley.
My name is Stephanie West. I teach environment service. I have a hard stop at 4:30ish. Issues, elements, expectations is that we finish today strong with resolutions and a plan for how IBB is gonna start functioning in the future. Warning sign would just be processing time needed. Auto regard public schools, middle school, 16 science, I have included love, expectations. Yeah, I'm feeling positive, I feel we'll work together, it's reach a good conclusion. And my warning sign is give her a diet coke, it should be good.
Morning, I'm Stacy, Chief Benefit Officer of Mine today. I apologize for the chatter earlier when folks were going, I was trying to figure out how to share the Zoom. I think I'm gonna share, but also share this room, anyway, so. Gonna figure out, I have a hard stop at meeting at 4, I need to get to. Who's missing, already talked about issues, elements. I don't have any expectations, I think, I probably missed what a couple of other folks have said, that is to be productive, and Jacob, I appreciate you saying this is the last one. Hopefully we can get that done, and then folks, and all together we can, I had a warning sign, I think it's a combination of make sure she's on coffee. And Lindsay, it's funny how you said you have a regular RPF, because I actually think that's something I've gotten, but I feel like that's just societal where people expect them to smile all the time, and so I would just say, just to say. Yes, my kids are very now, like I'm literally just to say. So where I'm taking, so.
I'm Amy, Chief of HR, I'm doing fine today, I don't have any time constraints. I agree with everyone about who's missing cues and elements and hopefully it's going to get work done today. And we feel that's, on a set of stage and it's challenging. Bargaining here. Yeah, I mean, I really love the warning signs about being in that owner, but that's sort of opposite of me, like I might go over pretty far, like I'm not to grow out the comments or processing, so I really don't.
Thank you, Kendall.
Kendall, I'm from Crystal River. I'm good today. It's marathon Monday. My mom's running her 13th Boston in a row. She started running right after bombing. I
you know, it's been 13 years since going, then always a little on edge when she's running a marathon that day. It's also like her 25th marathon. In the past 15 years. I might be missing later today. We were real short staffed at CRAS today, moving on the behavior team. And I'm excited to be proactive and talk future about like structured IBD. And I have no time constraints for once. Besides being CRAS.
I'm Rusty George, I'm your facilitator. I'm fine today, although it does feel like a Monday to me, because I don't really experience Mondays, but it feels like a Monday. I have no time constraints, and so we have Jason and Adam missing. Who else is in it?
Adam is hoping to.
We know about Jason, so okay. All right, no issues, elephants. Expectations are to have a very positive session and try to reach agreement on the things that are there. And we'll look at the agenda and see about where we put the salary component in there. I could probably have a variety of warning labels, but one of them that I know I have a bad problem with is if you are around me for very long, we're liable to hear bad dad joke. You can't seem to avoid them. So all those progressive commercials are going to be like your parents. I'm like, oh, I've done that. I've done that. All right, our agenda. So we may need to do a little bit of tweaking to it. This is what I had received. You'll find this online in our certified IBB folder 2526. You'll see the whole layout agenda for the day. So this is what I gleaned from it was the timeline, IBB process calendar, ERW final presentation. I don't have times because I don't know how long these things are going to take. So I just left times off. The mill levy override, the retirement incentive, and then continuing work of the district office and school staffing levels, and closing next steps. And we are going to do the compensation piece, salary.
We were hoping to start with a budget update for Christine into salary conversations, touch their caucus. Does that sound so right?
And then all the other things. Good, I was gonna suggest, if we're gonna do salary, let's just crack that out right off that, especially while we're all here, for the most part, so. Okay.
I think we need to get it or something.
Yeah, I think she's,
The other thing I was just kind of wondering is the January 28th agenda is in the IBP check-in for today, and I was just wondering where are
It's a slide.
that I could, I'm sorry,
It's a slide set. Oh, the agenda is a slide showing in the share. But the notes are on a different document. So I have the calendar all links to the January meeting, so you have to got it. Yeah, you have to.
yeah, no, that's all I was,
Yeah.
yeah, but that's fine, I can.
No, I got one on too. Here. This is.
if you wanna come here and plug in, that might be.
But I wanna give everybody access to this document.
Yes, that's great, so I don't see how to, you could, if you wanted to share it, and we sit here as advance for you, but I mean.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Maybe we'll just plug them into this HDMI line.
Sure.
If they don't. That all works. Here on the screen, yes, or there.
I was just trying to find the best way to share it, maybe tonight, put it in PG. Should I just put it in the certified IBB folder?
Yeah, 25, yeah, that'd be great. Wait. Yeah.
So I added a shortcut, and it should be shared with everybody. It's called IBB Budget Update April 17th. Of 2026. So everybody should see it in the 25-26 drive. Yeah.
April 17th, 26th.
Right, what?
The IBB budget update, April 17th.
Yeah, 26, that's it, yep. Okay, and I just wanna tell you in advance, cause hopefully everybody's been following what information we've been putting out at the board meetings. That's the intent, because what I've done is even over the weekend, I've been updating these. That's why I have not shared these early, because I'm trying to get as much update as I can in this document. Just in the interest of transparency and building trust. And so I didn't want anything except for the most recent information. So fairly simple outcomes, objectives, legislative update, updating financial information for 25, 26, and 26, 27 as discussed in the last meeting. Looking at the 27, 28, and 28, 29 forecasts. And then determining next steps and decision points for IBB for this year, and then obtaining feedback. So the one thing that, once again, I wanna make sure that everybody's aware is I'm fine for people to stop me at any point in presentation and ask questions. If it gets a bit disruptive, I might say, let's keep going, just for the interest of flow, but I'm always open to everybody's questions, because I wanna make sure everybody's understanding. All right. So legislative update, generally, we've already seen this, if you guys have been following. The board meetings, School Finance Act and Long Bill have been, introduced in the legislature in early April. That usually indicates about 90% of the work is done, and they continued to work last week on the Senate. So they continue to move, towards the completion of those, with the hope of getting that done towards the end of, April. Okay. It might lead into May, but it's still, it looks like they're gonna finish at that point in time, so that's pretty good, they're pretty close. So good news, the education was spared all those years that we had about significant cuts, for 26, 27, we were spared from for a lot of different reasons that I'll talk. Okay. We did see the 30% phase in of the new funding formula anticipated, so just to for everybody's reminder is that we're currently right 25, 26 at 15%. And this would move it to 30%. So that is an increase of roughly $729,000. So that was a positive. We did see the student averaging go down from 4 years to 3 years, but that was also in the governor's request. Kind of knew that was gonna happen. We did not see anything else as far as any sort of smoothing factor or anything, so I was able to take that out of the budget, that cut. And looking, so the total program funding is similar to what I budgeted for FY 27. The cuts that they were originally talking about, even at the school finance project, are up to $2.8 million in reductions, and you didn't really see that, so that was really good. So the 2.3% inflation number is also staying there as well, staying the same. The national average is 4%. We all know inflation is higher than 2.3%. So I don't know if that's good news or bad news, but they're still talking about that in the legislature. So the funding cut was moving from 4 years to 3 years, which we did include in our initial budget information. All new funding is coming from the state education fund savings, so they have not shored up that budget hole that everybody's been talking about. The structural budget deficit at the state has not yet been shored up. So it is looking at the state education fund is going to be insolvent within a few years, and they're going to be utilizing, well, they usually utilize the state education fund dollars, which is kind of like a fund balance, if they have mid-year revenue shortfalls. And now that amount that they can utilize is going to be less because that they're dipping into their savings. So it increases the potential of a future rescission, especially in next year. Okay, and this next bullet is also pointing to the potential of a mid-year precision. That I need to put out there is that the legislative council is working off of a budget that is $400 million higher than what the current economic forecast is showing it should. So that's uncommon, I guess. I don't know if it's not unprecedented, but it's definitely uncommon to do something like that. It's taking a risk with their budget. And they're also using one-time funding in the state's budget elsewhere. So you could see there's some things that they really had short up in the structural budget deficit for 26-27. They did not fund any new legislative priorities. And the federal tax credit opt-in for Colorado, we're one of a couple states that have opted in for that. It's kind of like a voucher program with the tax credits, and so it's kind of feels like school of choice. Still remains to be seen, pluses and minuses on that, but definitely that does help private schools. So so just something to watch.
Chrissy, does a rescission mean that we would have to pay them back money, or just that we would get less money in the future?
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Yes, no, that means that we'd have to pay them back money mid-year.
Cool.
Yeah,
Thanks.
we had to
That's
do
not the thought.
yeah, the last time that we had a threat of a rescission was 2009, 2010. When we had, when they implemented the negative factor. When we saw that huge problem with our economy. So that was the last time that something like this, the potential something like this had happened. So we hadn't seen this for over a decade. Good question, thank you. Okay, so just as a reminder, I know you guys are probably sick of seeing this slide, but I just always want to make sure that that you're aware. And just a reminder, with looking at those 24-25 audited actual results, because the data from the legislature this year is coming back favorably. We said we were holding on to the 24-25 audited actual 1.3 million to see what the legislature was gonna do, what everything was gonna happen with that, and now we know. So I just wanna bring that back on the table. And so that is, that 1.3 million is non-recurring, but it is available and it was an increase in fund balance at a time when we had to really lower what we were doing for our staff. So so 25-26 estimated actual results. I'm still working on this very hard, but what we said in the supplemental budget is $879,000 loss because of student count decline. My best estimate right now, and last time I said it was 0, because I really needed to ferret through a lot of stuff. And now I'm saying potential of $550,000 increase in fund balance. And that's in transparency, working with you guys to show you what we're gonna try to offer you in the middle of the year as far as information. So everybody's aware of where we're at right now. And trying to provide this update sooner. But they are estimates too. That's the pluses and minuses of providing that, because I just want to make sure everybody understands that that's how these things, we get clearer and clearer as we move forward. But we do have some favorable variances in there. Initially, we thought with the recession, the potential recession, we were gonna see flat specific ownership tax, and we're seeing increases on both the state's estimate of specific ownership tax as well as ours internally for bond and the levy specific ownership tax. So remember, those are licensing fees for your vehicles. So that's what that is. I mean, when the economy is better on that, then that's what usually happens, is you get a bit more on that. Adding another $100,000 to earnings on investment, I would call that good governance. And as far as just we are really tightening up how we're utilizing our cash flow, especially in light of the state loan program, and really trying to maximize that money we have, even though we are borrowing. So we're getting kind of good at the game, if you will. So we're trying to improve some monies there as much as we can, and that's a lot of the work that Austin does as the comptroller. And then, we did have some one-time E-rate, funding from the last year, 23-24, that was received in the next year. That the reason that is one-time funding is it was from the prior year, and now that is gonna be seen as not a reimbursement like a revenue, but in the future, it's going to see is seen as a percentage offset of the expenditure. So it's showing up differently in the future than it is now, and that's now baked into the budget. There is also an Excel Energy payment it was for a project that they were reimbursing us for from 23-24. So, so those monies came in, we had a negotiation there. As I mentioned, the favorable utilities, we had a ample amount in reduction in students that was saved funding. Special ed, we saw some savings, transportation, and then other. So FY27 current budget assumptions, so once again, 30% phase into the new formula is in our current budget assumptions. 3-year enrollment averaging for total program funding, just very similar to the legislature. We are holding at 729,000 currently for discussion of enrollment numbers. Because if you look at the enrollment numbers for FY27, 5,286 FTE students, which is 550 charters and 4,800 roughly as RFSD students. There was 5,412 in FY26 actual for the October count. And so that's a reduction of 126 kids from FY26 to FY27. When I look at FY25, we actually lost 220 kids from actual to actual. So there is a question of whether or not we have enough reduction in our budget. So we are doing a deep dive on that right now, and just reviewing that over the next. And we'll have that information, probably fairly shortly. We're reaching out, what we're doing right now is to try to get to a good estimate is on top of the information that Shannon puts together. And he's our forecaster for all the stuff student enrollment. Is we are looking at a district-wide level on all the increases, inflows and outflows of students. Like, for example, 12th grade is moved off, kindergarten is moved up. Then we've got, like TRCS, how many kids are we gonna get from TRCS? So we talk to TRCS, and we have that. How much, what is our percent, current percent for 7th through 12th grade of dropouts? And then we take that off. So we're working on that right now. Just as to show you how we come up with those numbers. Okay, and then budget assumptions, we've gone through that. The 1.8% step is in the budget, as well as the 1,195 a month for the 10.5% for health insurance. Now, so the other thing for the first draft budget that I've been reviewing, and you might have seen what the update that I provided to the board was showing a recurring potential available of $181,000. Okay. Now I've also been tightening that number up since that point, and now I think that's closer to 388. So I just want you to know that there's some additional funding there as well. Okay. So, and the note A that I had there about why the reason for the 181. And we're gonna go through all the reasons, but in transparency, because early childhood education and early childhood and tech mill fund and grant fund. Those were included because there was no way to know whether or not they could pay for the cost of the stuff, and we've been able to because of the tuition increases in early childhood and because of just mitigating and actually making cuts in the grant fund, we've been able to have those funds absorb all those increases themselves. We can't promise we can do that every year, but this year we did do that. That's where those savings came from. And the other 200,000 is an increase in specific ownership tax and a little bit more revenue increases for the next year. As I was looking at those to shore those up with the variances that I found. So what has changed in the first draft FY27 versus the previous estimate the next couple of slides, what I'm trying to do is give you a reconciliation of what my prior estimate was and where we are at currently. Okay, in transparency, because then everybody can see how we got to where we are from where we were. Without that, it just seems like we're playing shell games. I mean, so we're just trying to get really transparent on what we're doing and why and where these changes have been seen in the budget. So the revenue, I did increase that 375,000 because that was what we took out for the spending factor. Then for the total program funding revenue, we're setting that aside due to the instability of enrollment right now, and we're just pausing on that 729 for the moment. And just as a note, when we pulled the numbers, year to date, last week on our enrollment of students, we were down 41 kids. So that's roughly a third of the kids that we were anticipating to lose, that 126. So that was a little bit of a red flag for us. So cost of the study. So once again, that's what I had said is early childhood. Oh, I'm sorry, food service also was able to pay theirs and grant fund. So that because those three have a lot of salaries in them, that was a savings of $250,000. And then we had $110,000 in savings in health insurance, okay? For the same reason. Then, looking at the budget more thoroughly, we saw that we could reduce Sundays budgeted because we had a reduction in the number of teachers. I'm gonna make sure that I bake that in the budget in the future, anytime an increase or decrease teachers, that we also reflect that in our sub budget right away, so. And then 131,000 in other staff turnover savings, etc. And then there's the full reconciliation, just so you can kind of see it on the same page. Just for people to follow as you're looking at it. So hopefully that does help. And feel free to ask me any questions on that, and you have time to really absorb a single. Now, the first draft, general fund revenues. We'll come back to this, but I'm more than happy to go through it. I've walked through all the changes on the budget, for revenues at this point in time, okay? Then looking at, expenditure increases, this shouldn't be any surprise, so the last four are the ones that we've been talking about as far as the increases we've seen this year, and the top two are the ones that we negotiated at the actual cost. Okay. Then looking at other reductions, those also have not significantly changed. Comparatively. And what to do with potential available funds. So the first draft budget is showing that 388 students, okay? We have the 729,000 that we're determining whether or not enrollment is trending lower than expected, that could potentially be available. And it's dependent upon final budget verifications, conversations with the school board, and input from everybody as well. Okay, but that's where we're at in transparency. And then looking at 27-28 future outlook, this has not changed too much compared to where we were before. It's still, I mean, except for the 1.7 million that we were thinking we might lose on the specific ownership tax for bond and the levy is off the table of the legislature. It looks like they are not going to do that. So that cut is not going to hit us for 27-28 is what it looks like. The thing that we still have to watch is the potential that the private high school, for 27-28. So that could hit us. Okay. So then we come back to this, which is the slide that we talked about a little bit, earlier. Was it about a year ago, year and a half ago? About what we do when we have the funding and when we use it, when we don't, all this kind of stuff. And so what we're focusing on right now, so both is current year and prior year, audit, favorable, unfavorable. Favorable, looking at why. And then if reallocation of staff salaries, options for one-time bonuses versus investments in the salary schedule. So that's a possibility. And then we're not looking at an unfavorable situation on our audit right now. The next year forecast is looking at that and make that determining what we wanna do with that funding and then looking at how we handle that. So just as a reminder of what we were talking about before as a conversation. And this is the presentation.
Do you guys have a lot of our process time? Sorry, that was a lot of information.
Yeah.
I made up with.
And I just kind of wonder, as far as Rusty about process time, if like, how can we provide this group a little bit of process time, talking to a partner? If they wanna popcorn, just whatever you wanna do, so I'm hearing we'll need a little process.
That's perfectly fine. Does everybody know a final number?
Yeah.
That would be my question, what's the final number that can work?
We talked about this, about what to do, and one of the mistakes, transparently, that I just thought in listening to this group before that we did, is we made a recommendation to people of what we can do, instead of really listening to what the team had and really having a conversation around it. I mean, for me, it really sounds like, you know, that the 24-25 as one-time monies is potentially something that we talk about. And looking at, well, how we handle 26-27, because things are so in flux. It's really impossible for me to give you the best number at this point in time for the year for this negotiation. And that's why Shannon always looked back on negotiations and how we handle that. So those are a couple of think abouts. I don't know if that helps.
Well, just, I mean, yeah, please go ahead, Nate.
And.
Yeah, and I would say, to me, it feels like when we look at this thinking, right, the prior year audit, 24-25, we had 1.3 million favorable variance, that was one-time funding. And since January, we've said, things are so uncertain, let's not move into this left-hand side of the decision making yet. The dust has settled, those dollars are there, they're not recurring. I think we're kind of, if we follow that left hand, right, you see that prior year audit was a favorable, yes, go over to the left. So it's favorable, why? You saw it was health insurance, being able to reclaim some things, it's one time. So I think we can look at reallocation of those dollars. So I do think that's something that this team, I mean, I would say, asterisk in terms of process, one of the concerning things is we have a team right here that could work on collaborative solutions to how we allocate that 1.3 to staff compensation or benefits. We don't really have any time or systems or structures between now and board meetings to talk to class about it, to talk, I mean, we could create some quick contact points, so I just want to state that, but I feel like those are dollars that if we worked through the budget, we were like, well, let's not, might need those, we might need those. Well, I think it's clear now through where we're at. We don't need them for other things. I think this group should talk through. Do we want to hold those for health insurance benefits increases next year? Do we want to allocate them to staff right now? If so, how does that look like? So I do think that's a big piece that would be helpful for this group is to figure out what to do with that one. 3.
Yeah, Chrissy, you shared tons of information and I'm like, I'm gonna try and synthesize for myself to make sure that I've got the correct understanding. So Anna, you're referring to like slide 7, right, where there's that it says general fund, 1.3 million increase in fund balance. And that's that like additional money. So that was great, because I was wondering where the hell that was going.
That's exactly.
And so we already see that currently budgeted, our reserves should be at 15.7 million, which is 3.6 above already. So. Above the minimum fund balance, so we really don't need to put that like 1.3 into reserves, we should do something with that. And then the other kind of like overall overarching question, Christy, that I have is, if I look at slide 17, it says total draft expense increases is 2.8 million-ish, right? And that includes increased cost in health insurance, so covering that, covering the step increase. And I think a retroactive cost of educational lanes. Or is that, so a retroactive increase in lanes as well. And then the total draft budget savings due to, right, like all the budget cuts that we've had is 3.3 million-ish, and so it looks like between slide 17 and slide 18, we have $500,000 to work with in addition to giving people lanes and covering the increased cost and health insurance. Is that correct?
Okay, so then I'm gonna go back to your first question first, if that's okay. Just a comment on this slide, looking at, oh, sorry. Here we go, yeah, the 1.3, is that just because we're over minimum doesn't mean we should spend it, but. Given that, right, yeah, with 3.6 over minimum, so it's reasonable amount over minimum. Yeah, and looking at, where we're at with, you know, just providing as much as we can to employees, because we haven't been able to do a lot on the salary increases, right, salary schedules. And to start to, you know, move in that direction, it's a priority that we're thinking, we're putting down at this point in time. Sometimes we have to increase fund balance for whatever reason, but at this point in time, we believe that this is a reasonable thing to do. So yes, that's the first thing. Second question about the $500,000. So the educational lanes, I have to increase those in the budget because people have already been paid those. And that's just to make sure that I'm reflecting those in their positions, okay? So where did the $500,000 come from?
The next slide is 3.285, budget savings minus 2.784, is 500,000.
Yeah, and I'm saying like 388 to 400,000, so as far as this. See this 388 here, oops, no. Oh, right here, so that's, I
don't know where 388 came from.
this is the recurring potential available list of 3. So then,
How is that calculated compared to 18 minus 17? And by 18 minus 17, I mean 3.28.
Should have this left.
Yeah, 5.
there's, I
17,
believe,
74.
I mean. These reconciliations are really swirly, but I believe that it's something in the transfers that is different there. But I couldn't tell you that difference right now, but I can tell you that the 388 is the amount available personally. So,
Well, you even there, you say plus 200K.
I'm sorry.
Isn't that slide, it doesn't say this number could be 388 plus 200K, right?
Yeah, that means like it's adding 200,000 to the 181.
Okay.
That's what that means.
I got you.
Oh,
The 181 that is on
This slide.
slide 15.
yeah,
Or I guess.
so roughly 400,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good questions, you guys.
Anything else? Yes, Lindsay.
So Anna, can you just reiterate where that leaves us for the bargaining amount today, or the conversation right now, we need to go back to that.
Yeah. Probably with our keepers.
I do.
Let's go there.
Sorry.
Okay.
So on slide 613, first question I had was the cost of the step on slide 13. Our steps at minimum are 1,180. Right, and then there are some steps like in step year 15 and 20 and 25 where the step increase is more than 1,001. So I don't know if that
What do you
changes
think
your
that-
numbers. If you look at our scatter plot and you look at one step to the next step going down for experience. For the first 15 years, it goes up 1,180. Step 15, there's a big jump.
That's 1.05 million.
Okay. That's-
Yeah, yeah.
Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
it does now.
Those are, it's confusing, this one is great, that,
Yeah, that's why it was very confusing. Yeah.
oh, 1.05 million.
Okay.
Okay, versus 1.3. Right. And I don't know the difference, but that's why there's a statement.
Sure. I'm with you. On slide 18. I was just looking at some of the kind of calculations here for savings.
Yeah.
And maybe you can kind of explain this, but the ACE position you have saving our district 95K, right? But if you look at the just typical FTE calculation down below for a teacher, it's something bigger than 95K, and usually our ACES positions are on a different salary schedule and would ostensibly save even more than 95K. So I was just kind of curious about where that number came.
Great question. Most all of the ACES positions are partially grant funded.
Okay,
So that is it would be the amount of the salary less the amount.
they're taking the general. I got you.
Yeah, no, it's a good question.
Yeah, so I would say for sure the 1.3 one-time dollars from 24-25, I feel like something that. I feel like would be really great for this group to talk through. And could we address some of our concerns on compensation and benefits with those dollars, keeping in mind. And trying to bring forward a solution that we could agree on that would feel fair and equitable for all staff, knowing that classified aren't part of this conversation. So I feel like those are absolutely dollars that, you know, we've said from the get-go, like, start with the audited results. Are there favorable dollars to put on the table? We've said yes since the audit, but we've said, let's hold. Because things are uncertain, well, there's certainty now, those dollars should be. We should work on that, we should figure that out, so I do feel like that's. To start there, I think that there, you know, as you saw, Christy showed that also with the legislative update. There are these dollars that are unallocated that are recurring. I think right now we're feeling pretty nervous about bringing those forward, investing those into recurring salaries because of concerns future-wise about health insurance, about declining enrollment. And knowing that we could still revisit those next fall, and if student enrollment looks better and that 700,000 was 1 million, great, then let's talk about the salary schedule retro. So I feel a little nervous about allocating, you know, bargaining those into a solution today, but certainly would be interested in talking through, is there a better time where we feel more comfortable, confident to bargain those and start working back to a world in which we bargain with dollars in hand for the year that we're working on. But I do feel like that 1.3 needs a solution, and it would be great to have this group come up.
Okay, Charlotte?
Oh, no, that was.
Anybody else?
If I'm lost at the same time, I'm wondering, call, everybody else has questions, call for a caucus.
Can we just quick, so the two like big takeaways, right, are there's 1.3 million available. For one-time. Bonuses potentially, right, so way to get money back into staff salary, not to the pockets, right? And there's potentially somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000 that looks like recurring money. We're a little nervous to commit to using that right now because of uncertainties but with a potential adjustment in IBB timeline, we could look at things in the fall. And look at if things are favorable in the fall, potentially trying to adjust salary schedules in the fall that would then be retroactive to the beginning of the school year.
I would just add, it's the 400,000 plus the 729. There's 1.1. Because that's, sorry,
1.1 recurring.
okay, I just want to 30% phase in, no, you said.
Slide 9.
Because. So I just want to put this up.
So the 729 is recurring.
Yes.
Okay,
And
so
that
there's,
was from the city's report, that's like in the totally aside for the enrollment piece.
okay, so there's 400 plus 729.
Yes.
So we can't touch that,
But we could touch.
but we can think about it.
We can. I like to think about that.
But we really do believe that we're gonna look at some dollars for enrollment, so part of that 729, I mean, we're just really concerned about that 729 especially, until we figure out more on.
Okay,
Okay,
sure.
I
Are
just
these
wanna,
holistic numbers for all groups or just certified staff?
this is for everybody,
That's what I thought.
this is district wide.
I will say in, I mean, y'all know that these were, like, we were working on this Friday night and trying to get clear on what we actually have and where things are. I will say that I did need to run it by the board this weekend of hey, I just, because we hadn't talked to the board about those 24-25 audit dollars and reallocating. I mean, we've been talking about them since the audit, this is where it's at. We had that plan and I conferred with all the board members this weekend and their big question was just, they wanted us to be very deliberate, think about health insurance costs coming up next year. And make sure that if we are coming up with a solution for that 1.3, that we have considered potentially saving those dollars for health insurance increases that we know are coming. So I just want to name that was a real priority for as we grapple with this. Definitely.
Does everyone feel like they understand the numbers that are there? Do we need to create one slide or one board that shows the numbers so that we're all clear? As someone who has not been a part of all of the budget presentations, I am not clear, but that doesn't do it to me. It's what you guys, I would like to see everything laid out in one setup so that you all know what you're going to be generating options with.
You want us to show our work?
I think Charlie might be doing that.
No,
Okay, he's got notes and no problem. It's just would be, so that we all.
Yeah, I say the former math teacher, or well, aren't you still teaching math?
I am still teaching math.
So not former.
I get to teach more math next year. Right, so for one time. We have 1.3 million, right?
Mhm.
And then potential. So this is why Charlie should have written potential recurring.
Yeah.
2 hours? 2 hours. Whoo! We have 729. Which is like enrollment. Okay.
That is,
That's
yeah,
a funny one.
wanting to hold that aside for enrollment. Yeah.
And 388. Which gets us. 7 1 1 1 1 1.
And Christy, that's not including any possible rescissions.
That's correct. That's not including any rescissions or anything.
And rescissions are when the government needs to pay them, give back.
This is just everything we know as of today. This is in complete transparency. Yeah. I mean, because, and that's the other benefit of, I really like the way Shannon did it, especially going through this whole process for this year and last year. as far as looking backwards, because, I mean, it's just impossible to know where things are gonna go. And this is a moment in time. So then the fall is gonna tell us a lot more about those things.
So bargaining in the fall works when you have money to bargain. If you're in a deficit, there's no point in waiting till the fall, is that right?
If you're in, yeah, I mean, well, it just goes back, I'm just gonna know this, okay, if it goes back to this. It goes back to our decision makers. If the funding's available, it doesn't, I mean, whether or not we have a meeting is based upon. How we're showing up on the slide, but. If that makes sense.
Well, up until 2 years ago, we would always do retroactive bargaining. So we're sort of like trying to get back to homes.
And we're looking at the potential of a mill levy too. So, you know, there's potential of some synergy if there was available funding. Just looking at the funding clip that we've got going on for 27, 28, we've got another one, it's just something. Working in the background, especially with the state not being necessarily responsible with how they're budgeting right now.
Gene?
Is there flexibility in this process, and flexible in these numbers, because if I'm deciding that this is the only quantity that, you're allowed to work with, then we're also ruling out any flexibility for reallocating funds or being more creative with how things are currently allocated. So this is in sort of the draft, but that doesn't mean that there isn't some wiggle room somewhere else. That's what I'm, if I'm thinking about drafts and processes. So
That's exactly right. I mean, there's no way until. At the final, and we have more information for you to get more. I mean, I keep pushing the envelope, but.
So, please also have those dogs and keep room for trash ahead.
I was gonna add in, because I do think this is helpful, right? This includes. The health insurance increase, right? And the steps, right, for a step.
That's
for-
already baked in.
Yeah.
It's already in.
Yeah,
Yeah, the budget, it's included in the budget.
right, but there's a point where we weren't even sure about that, right? So I think it's worth naming.
Yeah.
But Christie, if you jump to the next, like refresh the deck,
The which, I'm sorry.
the deck you're on, you refresh it.
So escape out and then hit refresh and go back. Which one?
On the computer, just hit escape out of it.
Oh,
And then.
now I'm gonna go back to the slideshow. Oh, go back to the slideshow. That is Oh, she added a.
Yeah. Steps endings.
Okay.
And then go forward.
Is it, where is it?
No, just go forward, it's the last.
It's after the structure.
Oh, that's why I was like, why do you ask me to go to the questions? Okay, got it. Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're heads to the same. Okay.
It's all certified and classified. Yeah.
I do.
Thanks.
Bonuses are not parent improvable, correct?
Correct.
Bonuses aren't parent.
No,
I just wanted to make sure that I.
That's correct, they almost are never have to. You do, yeah, Paris is really tricky about what they will and won't pay for. They're even like very tricky about how big of a percentage increase in a step they're willing to. Right, because one of my community plans was to max out steps at the very end where I saw this in lieu of our retirement bonus, and it's got discovered that they would not be okay or copacetic with that. Yeah, and so we went to Leadville, which actually just changed their steps, which was the highest step of the state, there was 3.5% It's changed, yeah.
It's like.
8% is what para will
Allow.
allow a year.
That's for staff and salary increase of anything.
Yeah, that's it, they don't count bonuses at all, they don't, because otherwise school districts would be bonusing out teachers at the very end and. That they're doing all of this to prevent us from maxing people out of their highest 3 years or 5 years, depending. Very simply.
Do they have a maximum, 90% thing, a maximum on top of that is for staff?
No,
Just the total fee, that's what was.
total pay, yeah, but they also look closely at how that happened. So,
Does that also mean that when we're calculating, like, say we have 1.3 million, do we have to include para in that as we're thinking about for people?
Just
Okay.
Medicare.
yeah, it's just
And-
Medicare, yeah. The-
And, well, workers' compensation, if you have to account for this. Cause that is an additional salary that we'll have to take those percentages on.
But that impacts what we were trying to look at doing with like retirement incentives, right? And to
Right.
stabilize that.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I haven't talked about later. Wasn't that bad? I don't have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys, are you guys, we want to go on caucus? or-
I think so.
I just want to, did we connect on what Gene said? Cause I'm still lost a little bit on what you were saying, Gene. Are you talking about taking all this money and figuring out different ways to distribute it in the compensation thing? Or were you talking about going deeper in the budget to see where more money could come into this?
I'm saying that is, I guess, maybe a little bit of both, like, after we look at this and see what the possibilities are as this. But we have a goal, right, I am wondering if there's also a goal orientation, like how do we make something that's really important for. Right, as opposed to having limitations ahead of time. So look at what is available and what opportunity exists in this proposed draft, but then if that's not working out, then. Is there flexibility to reallocate, be flexible with that draft budget in other areas?
Okay.
Is that a little more?
Everybody understand that? No, thank you for that.
Okay, it's nice to name up front as sort of like a. Plan, it's always nice to have a plan B.
Yeah. And so for the caucusing, what's our goal with your caucus? What are you wanting to accomplish?
We just want some process time of the teachers, yeah, sure, we're good.
Just to understand all the numbers that are there,
Yeah.
but not necessarily to generate options.
I don't know. We will see
We might
how
generate
how
us-
this
Okay,
goes.
okay, I just want to make sure we knew what we were doing. Yeah, that's.
Go back to the picture for the next one.
Yeah, this place is good.
Is there a reason not to generate options?
No, I just wanted to know what you were hoping to accomplish. There is no reason why you couldn't do that. Okay, so is the Roaring Fork room open or is there somebody in there?
And I'm not gonna think, like, you give us, maybe we need to.
Log in that. So
No,
far,
no,
that's.
Yeah, I need Amy or Stacy, you know how to stop the zooming? Oh.
I should still work out loud. Okay.
What about that? So I saw you always look like so. You already had that, you know, that. Now. I think that's we can use it. You're going to do your, you did the section is. That's it, so those are words.
Yeah, and probably, I don't know if one is fine.
Jacob, you don't have to go searching, it's right beside you.
I know, make it, thank you for that.
Maybe there won't be any left in the company.
Oh.
This is like my throat. There's a bad, I'm gonna like, sure, eat this.
You may have to do more artwork, make it look better. Yeah.
Right here.
Okay, all right. All right, so would the association like to share their ideas from the topics?
Sure. So we talked about both pots of money. I think the easier one, or we'll probably see these the same way as pretty much every interested group in this room. There's the one-time funds. I do see a lot of wisdom, considering that year over year, we're seeing about $1 million increase in insurance costs. If we set that money aside, like even if we put like an MLU that's gonna, money we're setting aside for potential insurance increases next year. Most of our members be completely copacetic and understanding and avoid a lot of the kind of difficult conversations about healthcare that happen every year. So that was the first idea we had. I don't know if you want to pause there and kind of share our kind of perspectives there, but I know that that's what Lindsay had articulated as a core concern. Or at least they had an interest in kind of making sure there was money available for health insurance cost increases. I think that's one-time funds.
We're not trying to offer recommendation.
Right.
But something that we want to consider.
Yeah.
So you're saying $1 million of the 1.
Well, our health insurance costs this year were about $1 million.
Right, and so then earmarking that for
Next
Next
year's.
year's.
Just to avoid potential. Zero sum kind of arguments about where we're gonna put money, do we need to kind of continue to kind of have this money available for health? Without any.
if I should be looking my son. My question there for the intro. Health insurance increases would be recurring and not one time, right? So if you're
Yeah.
$1 million of that for next year, potential health insurance increases. That would only save us for a year, and then the following year, it would actually be pounded by.
Sure.
Potentially a $2 million
Correct.
increase that.
Yep.
Would be a significant thing for the following year because it's recurring. Correct.
Yeah. I guess perhaps I'm thinking myopic here, but I'm just kind of operating from short-sighted. But I am assuming and hoping rather, that in 2 years, most of the school districts in the state are gonna go into the single payer plan, and essentially what CDA is trying to kind of put through the legislature. It's going, there's the bill that's going.
Well, there's just the actuary study.
The actual side. Yeah. And the earliest timeline for that healthcare plan isn't next year or the year after, so it's 2 years out. And that is gonna be a viable solution for healthcare options for school districts like ours.
And so,
I'm just, in my head, I'm thinking 2 year gap, how can we kind of maintain our healthcare coverage in a way that it looks now? For the next 2 years until this becomes our viable option.
and we're, in some ways, we're set for next year, we've already allocated funds for that. And so it would just be the 1 million increase for the following year that you need to add.
Correct.
Okay, sorry, that is context that I was unaware of.
Thank you. Amy?
I appreciate the forward look about rising healthcare costs, which continue to be a challenge of on, and that is right, we're about to keep an eye on every available options, we're watching CEA, we look at CEAs and really closely. So that pair is interested, it's beginning to providing coverage to active members of the school districts, that's maybe by the way, front range first. Which is something else we're watching with interest, and I appreciate it, and I don't want anyone to get this idea baked in that it's gonna be about no. It's very unpredictable. So we had an increase of closer to 30% this year. There just is so just don't get locked in on that 10.5% increase, so there's $1 million.
A question that I have, the group is if, and not getting locked into 1 million, but let's just like brainstorm potentially. It, and in my mind, that is recurring, right, like health insurance fully changes. What is the logic behind that one coming out of the one time? And I guess maybe it's like we have this thought that we only need 2 years gap rather than coming out of potential recurring. But I guess we don't actually know what potential recurring is. Is that like when I think of, I know that there's uncertainty in the potential recurring, right? But that when I think of like salaries and benefits, right, that there's a piece of that, whatever that potential recurring looks like, would be go to salaries and benefits and look at that.
Well, yeah, I hear what you're saying, Nathan, but if we're thinking about potential recurring and we're coupling that with healthcare and costs, right, that is our healthcare costs. Potential increase next year, that potential recurring. You see what I'm saying? It will consume all of those monies.
And so then if we earmarked 1 million from the one time.
Yes.
Okay.
And then but in my, it's kind of a little bit of repeating a little bit of what we've done this year, right? We're kicking the can down the road until we get more clarity. Essentially, more clarity about the potential option that CEA is trying to kind of work through the legislature right now, about how much it might potentially cost and what our district would have to pay for that particular benefit, right? I'm also thinking about the fact that there is some of the reserve funds on top of that 1.3 million in any potential gap year after that, or the CEA plan kind of is fully online. But if we're just kind of thinking about healthcare costs, the other thing that we can also kind of consider in that gap year is not fully covering healthcare for the next year. And what I'm saying, because we're talking, if it's an ephemeral thing, and perhaps it'd be easier to sell as opposed to the status quo.
Right. I guess I don't know if worry is the right word, but go with it, right? That if we say we have this 1.3 million of one-time funding, but we're gonna hold on to 1 million of it, like for potential health insurance increases that we're unsure of. Like, do we feel like we can actually go back to all of our staff and say, instead of allocating 1.3 million to staff and to bonuses at this point, we're gonna hold on to $1 million of it for future concerns, and that people are gonna be like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. And I think the most candid truth is most teachers in this district out there are gonna get a salary, so I get to next year.
Right. So getting a step and health insurance increases is all great news. And I think one of the things that we've been talking about has been being conservative and feeling like we're being conservative or from staff, when we have the potential to allocate it. I don't know, I'm just trying to.
So let's go down the path that you're gonna posit. We give 1.3 million to in bonuses, because that's the only way you can really
Right.
use one-time funds, right?
Right.
Or you can kind of use it to bridge certain kinds of cost gaps. Next year, the state comes out with its money. Do you see what I'm
Right.
saying? And we're even in a worse situation,
Right.
right? It's gonna be, I mean, I think it's gonna be difficult than in bargaining next year hypothetically. If the picture from the state is less kind of advantageous, right? And in covering healthcare, let alone any kinds of salary kind of concerns.
Do we then, is there a way, and maybe this is a question for Christie, but if like. If that 1.3 is going into our reserves, right, because that's what ends up happening, like extra one-time funds, we're saying we're not touching it now, right? Is there a way that if. It's available, right, like you don't need to use all of that, if there, then we say, no, this is going.
Yeah.
Right, because currently we're 3 point something over in our reserves, but we're not saying, we're not contemplating touching that money for bonuses. Like, I don't, like, I worry that this goes into the fund, and then we say, oh, well, it's in the fund now, we're not gonna touch it and actually give bonuses to staff, right? So do we, is there a way of earmarking it for that if you don't touch it all, if you don't need it, that it is available for bonuses in the future? You know what I'm saying?
Yep. You could sign an MOU about that, those kinds of monies. And it's probably the closest one gives us something.
Let's see.
I just wanna make sure, a really important component of the health insurance piece. And I understand the MOU and all of that, and I'm fine with wherever people are at with this, you know, this is the way I look at it, it's best money. But the one thing I wanna just throw out there is that the maximum that the district, can do. Require employees to contribute to health insurance per month, I think it's around $120 per year, so that won't be able to compound, because according to the, it's like the Affordable Care Act, I think it's the Affordable Care Act, but I have to check. But one of those acts, I know that there, because we talked to Bobby Hottie about it this year, that the maximum is 130, that we could have employees contribute per month. So it's not gonna compound where employees are gonna get into a situation where they're gonna have to contribute for employee only, like for example, $200. So I just want you guys to have that information. And oh, one other thing, sorry. I think of things at the last minute. The only wonder, and this is what Anna was noting earlier, is this wonkiness about having different negotiation groups. And I just wonder what classified would want, and it's might not be aligned with this, I don't know the answer to that. If they would want a bonus, or if they would want this to stay in health insurance as a savings, so it's just a question.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up again, I just don't, I just wanted to say that I don't think it's gonna be hard to convince our members that they're expecting a health insurance increase next year. You know, everybody knows that happens over and over, I think, having information for that a year in advance of. If we're not traveling with employees that are. Talking about that.
I think it's important too here to be thinking about, there's a couple of different interests in mind here. And keeping those interests in your brain is important, especially what Christie brings up as classified may see something different. They may have an interest in more immediate money in their pocket. The idea that Charlie is representing from the group, they have an interest in maintaining the insurance so that there is no cost to the employees in the future. Is that kind of the interest there behind? You're saving the district money and stuff in a way, or preparing. But what would you say is the key interest that you have in that? What motivates that option that you're saying?
Well, I was dovetailing with an articulated interest before I left. Which was that we do have to kind of have those. I mean, I hope they use this word, but they more or less become fixed costs, that it's about 10% of the floor, right, but it can go up, as we've seen in neighboring districts, as much as 17%. And if our health insurance goes up in that kind of range, we're gonna be in the same kind of situation we were earlier this year when we were kind of a month ago, having these kind of intense conversations about where we're gonna get this money to pay for the increase, the 10% increase to our insurance, and we were at the same time a month ago even arguing about using fund reserves to kind of bridge the gap for a year, right? This is really just a simulacrum of that same conversation, right? But with bigger dollar figures, because we're not talking about covering a portion of that 10%, but all of that potential 10%. So that there's just more available recurring funds that we can kind of then work with. Context of salaries. Of course, this is, as Megan points out, a shell game. They're recurring, they're one-time funds we're talking about here, right? And the big assumption that I'm kind of making here is that at a certain point in a couple of years, like we're gonna have to have a different approach to healthcare as a district. Hopefully it's the CEA plan, but if it's not the CEA plan, we're gonna be shifting to a dramatically reduced portion of healthcare, and employees are probably gonna have to cover it at some point, right? I'm trying to kind of put that off, essentially.
Okay, thank you.
I am curious what the group thinks if this money, if it's coming, if it's extra money from this past year's budget, if it should be going to benefit people who are currently employed by Roaring Brook schools or people who will be employed the next year by schools. And whether, or whether should we can decide. I'm also curious, and maybe this is once more of like a Christiana question, if it's a pot that we can divvy up and say classified, you get to decide what you're doing with this percentage of it. But, or would that maybe make the insurance too complicated, which if you pay the full benefit for one employee and not both for another, if they chose to use those boxes?
I don't think that would be, I mean, Chrissy, that, they do not think that we could fight the options like that.
I agree.
It's been the tricky thing. Past 2 years in IBB, right? Who gets to decide healthcare coverage, right? Because we have different groups who have divergent interests sometimes, right? And even the way that it was written in our CBC, right? Because up until the CBC existed, it happened here in this group, right? But some of the language in the CBC was unclear, it kind of fractured that kind of process, and so we had that healthcare kind of come online and kind of. I was just trying to think about that work. And the work that IBB reps have to do, showing up to that meeting, right? Every couple of weeks. And how much less time would have to be dedicated to that. And less kind of contention would be kind of in those conversations if we were kind of thinking about healthcare, not as a zero-sum proposition as it has been and will be moving forward. It is a huge hour for us, right? When we were thinking about how much money we had to play with, a month ago, healthcare was more than half that month, right? We certainly have more available funds at this juncture as kind of state budgets or council high. All I know is like, even when I look at that potential recurring funds, like that's a pretty marginal amount. Yeah. Right, like you could put it into a salary schedule, but there are gonna be winners and losers when you're dealing with that small, into a salary schedule. And I also kind of, because I just realized for the first time that if CDE has updated all of their data, right, for average salaries and FTEs and pupil counts for this current academic year for the first time. Going into this year, we were about $400 behind the state average salary, or 2,000 this current year now with the updated data, right? So last year we were about 400 behind the state average, we're 2,000 behind the state average salary. So obviously we have to be doing something to help salary. Can't use that one-time fund to infuse the salary schedule the same way. We're thinking about healthcare as just this gap until the next thing, is what my thinking was.
Okay. So that's one component that we have an option about, and it seems like to me, we could maybe we could break up each part and take it all the way to the evaluation of each one of those little components, or sort of put it together. Because you're saying the 1.3 is the one time, and now you've got this potential recurring. What's the idea around that one? That would be the next thing, correct?
Yeah, two things would have to be kind of agreed in this group. The first thing we have to agree is what percentage is going to certified staff of that potential recurring funds, right? And then where do we want to put that money? When we think about the salary schedule, do we want to wait it into the salary schedule in the fall? Do we want to kind of continue our work now and put it into the salary schedule now? Those are the two decisions we have to make. What is the percentage, first point? Second point, where do we leave the salary schedule? Our perspective is it needs to be going in the salary schedule, probably step 15 on, considering all the things that came out in our subgroups this year when we were comparing our salaries across the state. It's uncompetitive, our wages, but they're even more uncompetitive at year 15. And at the end of the pay scale, it's by far the most uncompetitive, right? We're about 15, 17 behind a lot of our comparative districts that place in the obviously.
So is that's the two components from association, great, and Christine?
Clarifying question is, what is the timing that you're proposing? As far as the second, with the 1.1, what do you guys think? Are we looking at the fall with looking at enrollment and middle levy, or even we're really looking at overhauling the entire salary schedule to have the ability for us to move that and change that salary schedule, or would?
We didn't, I mean, we have, and previous subcommittees absolutely talked about changing our salary schedule for various different reasons. I think that that's probably not something we could make a decision on today, because that's going to take a lot of time. Not a lot of time, but some time. And a kind of dedicated group to kind of articulate that. And then it's going to take a lot of comms, right? Because anytime you have a new salary schedule, of course, there are going to be people who are winners and losers, especially if we're going to kind of implement some of the things we've talked about as articulated interest, right? Not having this education tax to increase salary for some people, right? We would kind of lead absolutely to winners and losers in the new salary schedule. As far as like waiting to invest it, I know I'm reticent to wait for fear that that money disappears, right? And is utilized in some other way because some new emergency comes up. Lisa?
Can you clarify what you said about education grants?
Okay, so I think this is in the fall when we were talking about this, we were talking about the way, this is not just our district, but every district operates, right? We have steps and we have lanes. And one of the frustrations that I have had and that a number of people kind of echoed was that our district pays for a lot of education lanes, but those are always to pay to get paid. Right, and I'd much rather than having a system that forces teachers to invest time and money to get more salary, just to have our steps be more competitive. Right, and to remove some of those education lanes to fund more competitive steps moving down on the salary schedule.
But we are not proposing that at all.
No, we don't have time to kind of make that change. It was something we talked about, and we were in the process of kind of negotiating before we kind of paused everything mid-year.
And that is something that's a part of the CBA. And your collective bargaining salaries.
No, it's the salary schedule.
As often as it is in there. And so next year then would be the year to work on that, if that's your year to.
I mean, ideally, really, in like a 3 or 5 year contract. Be able to update that salary schedule every year.
Yeah.
So, and we would just get an MOU.
Okay, just.
So we're not bound.
We're not bound to
Yeah.
the contract.
100%. Yeah.
Good, thanks.
Yes, we're not bound. We're on shift.
Okay. So those are the two components then, is there anything else? That the main recommendation options coming out of the association. Okay. Admin, do you have some options?
And I think, I'll jump in, I think that one of the concerns that, like, I definitely am concerned about where enrollment's gonna come in at next year and allocating those recurring dollars. About having better optics on that. So I definitely feel much more comfortable revisiting that 1.17 in the fall when we know where kids are at, and hopefully it's better. Hopefully numbers are also up and maybe that goes up. I hear your concern, Charlie, about that disappearing, and I think that's real and that it's super valid. And so I wonder if there was an openness to looking at that and that was concrete. If there was some sort of an MOU or agreement we could make that had parameters to guarantee that it wasn't in reality, again, its enrollment is to me, the biggest, what feels like an uncertainty on, especially that 729, the way the budget's written. And so I just wonder if there is a way that a commitment could be made to say, based on April 20th data, this is where we are. We're committing to put those dollars in a earmark for salaries, and the only thing that would change that is if we'll have making stuff up, but I wonder if there's a way to thread it.
And your concern about enrollment is that your demographer is incorrect again? Okay,
Or not.
it begs the question, what are we paying the demographer?
I don't think conservative enough.
Yeah, I have a fair question. Miles and I were talking about that earlier. We're in our year 2 of having that.
Sure.
And I think, yeah, it's swirling, and we are, I mean, Christy's done much more on her end this year of her, like, our own projections and based on data, and is he a value add? I think it's a fair question.
Yeah.
Part of it is, sorry, the part of the decline, I mean, a very large portion of the 87 students was because of online.
Yeah.
So it's like, how many kids are gonna be that just showed up on the scene? And so it's just, there's a lot of uncertainty from the in some private spaces. Which has added a lot more uncertainty in that.
I see, maybe.
This is a great question. Oh, sorry.
Hey,
Go ahead.
that was you.
No, okay.
I don't know, I have a variety of different thoughts. I think one. The piece that Kendall brought up of, right, if we save the 1.3 million for next year, then right? It's not going to staff who are here. This year, right, there is turnover, there are people who leave, there are people, whatever, it. I don't know if I was someone who was leaving for one reason or another, and. We're saying, we're just gonna allocate that to people who are here next year, I think that would feel. Frustrating, I think that's worth naming. I also, I like when we talk about. The. Saving 1 million from the one time for potential health insurance increases. Again, potential health insurance increases are recurring, and so it doesn't make sense to me to take it from one-time funding. When we have the potential to take it from. Potential recurring funding, and I know that that is up in the air, we don't know what enrollment will actually look like, but. I think there's a piece of earmarking it for, and I would say salaries and benefits. Just salaries, so they just like. If it has to come from. If we have that increase in health insurance. I guess. I think there's value in saying if you have a potential 1 million recurring increase, that should be coming from potential recurring. If we have the capacity for that rather than from one time. And I push on. One time. Going to the people who are here this year. Rather than. People who are here next year. If it's this year's money, right, it's additional money we have this year.
Thank you.
This is maybe just a question for you, where because of enrollment, have you guys made some projections? As your demographer looks at projections of enrollment further out and just like one or 2 years at a time? Cause I know that in a lot of the districts, like East Grand Eagle Summit, all of their demographers are seeing. We've had a big sort of plummet over the last few years, but like we're looking at sort of like a leveling out of that. Pretty soon, so I guess I'm just curious, we could. Look at that eventually, because I'm seeing everywhere else, that's just a trend, they're leveling out, which is. Phew, great, but. Yeah, and we can pull it, I can share it for sure, it generally shows a like drop and then kind of a whole spot 8. Yeah, Megan, I said, you looked at those numbers, and it, but you're right, it does, and it's like, there's like an eventual reset. At least in the 10-year.
Are we scribing these comments? Awesome, thank you so much, because I don't have it shown here, so perfect, thank you.
I'm kind of been doing that too, just for my understanding, so.
Thank you so much. Okay, continue.
I just have a question, I'm just not understanding the argument that the money should be for the staff for here this year. Are they savings from last year anyways, like those staff aren't that there'd already been turnover from last year to this year as well? I don't know, I'm just asking the group if somebody could.
I wasn't in that for me. I wasn't trying to say they should be, I was just curious. If that had been brought up.
Getting all these ideas out.
Sorry if I was the trend. Usually you do try to open those if you can, but there are instances where we have some sort of a delay. That I know what people are saying is sometimes with that delay, or if there's a perceived perception of a future delay, a lot of times you will hear complaints about why didn't I just get that money, because now I'm leaving out. And so you'll hear, people will hear that, people will hear that, if we can get that, when the funding is available, which we know is.
Anything else from admin?
I mean, I think it was, yeah, we talked about the recurring, and is it something that. Just concerns about wanting to look at it in the fall, we know we would have cash in the end. Open to making commitments, dedicating those dollars. Megan's point of should be considered at that time. Also, if we're able to see the. Future health insurance pressures, should those dollars be considered. Not just for salaries, but for salaries and those were the kind of thinking.
Yeah, I guess my concern in delaying is also what our salary schedule looks like compared to our competitor districts. Right, if we're trying to recruit new teachers to replace people who are leaving, it's less competitive now than it's been probably since we passed that 11-20. I was just looking like right now, and this is even before they've been few, who knows with their mediation where we'll go. But this current academic year, we're about 7,000 behind ASPE, we're about 5,600 behind Summit. Just an average salary right now.
Okay, Lisa?
I really appreciate everybody's thoughts about recurring and non-recurring and who's here now, who's gonna be here next year, but I think when we earmark the 1.3 million for future health insurance increases, even though it's non-recurring, I think we should think about it like a health savings account. We know we're gonna have a big expenditure in a couple of years, and so even though this is non-recurring dollars, some state company is coming up, so we're sort of saving for something that's happened, which is traditionally done.
Okay, I wanna ground this a little bit because we've blended options and evaluation. You get a little confusing and we've got more than one option right now. Could we create options, option A, option B, and then make our evaluation process really be more focused? Because I'm confused, like I heard something from Megan where my brain's spinning about, well, maybe there could be another option created, and it just, I think would be nice if we could get some brainstormed options. You've heard them generated so far, and then see if there's any other intermingling of things, and then begin a more legit evaluation process of those. Does that sound okay? I don't know, it's kind of weird how we have to have us projected. I'm assuming if we weren't projected, then they wouldn't see us. Is that the case? Can we? Okay, well, it would be nice, maybe we could use the whiteboards and write down what the options are that we have. Work from there, or create space on the screen to where we can put them up there. Lindsay?
Just one thought as we move forward. You as a board have not discussed the recurring funds. So yes, it's good to think about the options for the fall and, obviously advocacy. But I know that there is going to be more conversation around what's gonna happen with those right now. So like, I think I'm just echoing what Dr. Cole said, we don't know how much they're gonna be and we don't know what we're gonna be facing next year. So as we really think about where our priorities are and what we're promising, there's quite a bit of uncertainty around how those recurring funds could be allocated. And I know that using them, I know that everything is still on the table for next year. And so I just wanted to kind of make sure that point was being heard today. Because we have the one-time funds, which are in room for whatever IBB see and do best with it, the highest good. And then the recurring funds, though, that show up in our budget next year, the board design. We are going to be looking at some really brutal choices as a budget, so just saying that out loud, so we don't. I'm not saying no, but I just want to make sure it's pretty clear that there is a lot of uncertainty when it comes to those, and that's 100% correct. Not saying it won't be part of IBB though. Charlie, I'm trying to write down options. This is what I am remembering. You said from the one time, which is we have this 1.3 million that you'd allocate about 1 million of that for future health insurance increases. And then with the potential recurring, you are advocating at least for this.
Well, there are two things we have to figure out candidly, especially about the recurring. But if we decide to use the one-time funds for funds, we're gonna have to figure that out there as well, is what percentage is going to classified versus certified versus ed.
Right, so, well, that's okay.
We kind of have options for the one time and options for the recurring. I don't.
Do you want options for the one time versus options for the recurring separated out that way?
Yeah, I think we need to.
Okay,
I think you did that.
I will work on making my adjustments bigger. I know you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, very. Okay, so for the one time. One. Is that better? Perfect. Okay, so one option is to allocate
It'd be an MOU for future healthcare costs.
1 point,
I just said actually all of 1 point.
all of it. Allocate 1.3 million for future health insurance increases. Correct?
Yes.
The other option is bonuses. For staff. In 25-26, right, in this school year. Yeah. Okay. Or those are our only options for one time. That we have. Is there anyone who wants to add a different option?
Well, based on the flow, it kind of has to be spent on funds essentially. We're actually at a positive here that because we did a month ago that we could potentially use bridge healthcare.
So then the other is our recurring. Which is less concrete, right? So we're approximating it as 1.1 currently, correct? Yes, Charlie, you're making a face, I don't.
Well, it's the state budget has us getting 1.5, yeah.
Okay, state budget has us at 1.5. That approximation is 1.1.
Right.
If our demographer is drastically off, it might be less than that.
Right.
So you're okay with using the approximations then?
Yeah, it's all approximation.
Okay, and. There is. We're looking at. Potentially. Here, you're saying.
Put in a salary schedule at 15 plus.
Put into the 26-27 salary schedule.
Correct.
For. Well, and you're saying it would all go to certified?
Nope. We'd have to negotiate a percentage there as well.
Okay, so put into 26-27 salary schedules, right? And we'd have to look at how that was allocated.
Yes.
At set 15, but.
But is it at set 15 for classified admin and
We
certified?
don't make those decisions. We are just talking about.
So for certified,
Yeah.
For certified. Bucket,
And the question is, do we invest it now, like looking forward, or do we wait until we see the October year?
right, so put in salary schedules for certified bucket into 15 plus. And there's a question of. Now versus October. Now.
Those are like the different options though, right? It's like,
Yes.
like two different options.
Yeah.
But-
Now or another option is later.
Yeah,
And I guess,
just like we can.
but I think there's also a piece of. Is it put into salary / benefits? Right, where
Well,
health insurance is.
that's,
part
yeah,
of it.
you were articulating a health care cost too.
Yeah, right, cause if this doesn't happen. Right, then. In some ways, I think there's a, like, if. This makes. Sense with this, but if this option doesn't happen, then this needs to be for salaries and benefits.
Right.
Okay. And this would have to be after. October count. Correct? So there's kind of a
I mean, you'll
like,
have an idea before October now, we can.
Do I have another color?
I got a blue here.
A blue would be. Blue would be great. Oh, here, I got a red. I got a.
green too. I got blue and green.
so there's like A and B, option A here, well, that's a terrible one.
Road away.
Well, it works, it's wet, but it's just not dark. I know, well, what I normally do when they don't work, is I aim for the trash can. I say, oh, then I shut there.
We can't do that.
No, I would have. And just go
Got it.
for it. I think I'm pretty solid. It's A and B. And then there's a like. A dot A dot B, and a B. Does that sound right? Okay. For which we for 8.1.
I prefer 8.1.
You would prefer 8.1. I would prefer.
Capital A.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
A dot one.
I mean, I think there might be a way to think about the recurring, what I'm hearing in Charlie's proposal is that, and I think it's the order in which we need to decide. Is timing, when is the decision made, 2, proportionality, how is it broken out? And 3, purpose, so what use is the proportion that's, we have to make those decisions now. That's not the timing.
Yeah, proportionality, well, the one-time funds. Depends on how, you know.
I'm only talking about the recurring,
Oh.
I think those are the decision
Yeah.
points, like when is this decision made?
And what is called.
Like what, how is it divided, I'm hearing that's also important, and then 3, with the certified component, what does it go to? That's all right?
How,
You say this first again.
so in looking at money into salary schedules. There is a question of when does that decision get made? Now or after October count? How is it divvied up between certified, classified and admin? And for the certified bucket, where is it allocated in salary schedules? Or in the salary schedule?
Correct. Well, you can schedule a sprint, to sport.
Thank you.
I mean, it's pretty good stuff, just kidding.
But Anna, do you feel like I need to put that on this board?
But when to put in the salaries, what percentage certified gets and what remains for the money? That a simplified summary.
Yeah, I think it's more steps than names, but
What sells? What sells?
what,
What
yes,
sells?
what sells?
That I sell worth.
I don't think those are like the options we're talking about now, right? Except on the timing, the when. I have a question just for. I don't know, whatever, simplicity, right? Both of these have an after October count component to them. This one has a now component to it. Is there a group of people who feel strongly about trying to figure that out now, or are there people who are like, do people feel like waiting until after October count is a wise thing to do?
The advantage in doing it now is this group is here now, right? And this group is gonna have pretty significant changes between now and October of next year. Right? And in candid truth, it's easy to kind of trust someone, it's better to not even have to worry about it because it's already kind of codified in the new salary schedule that you're publishing in public.
Just here to take points.
Yeah. This is,
You may think that.
oh, sorry, Lindsay, go ahead.
Yeah, I gotta be honest again, I think the board will struggle with the allocation of those recurring funds happening today. The understanding was that we have what's on the table for the one time. And that next year, after, can go after that, but now, but the A1 is gonna be a really hard sell to the board at the moment, based on the uncertainty that we currently have in the budget. So I think that was not something that we were under the impression would be borrowed today, is having those recurring funds, and that would go to next year's borrowing process.
Thank you, Kendall.
Is what's on the table for right now discussing exactly how many dollars in that 729K are going into each different cell, or is it like what percentage? Because I think that makes a big difference. We can talk about what percentage is going into which part, which cell, but we can't talk about dollars.
That would be closer to, yeah, like possible. The dollars conversation is one that we're referring, it's just so uncertain.
Okay, Autumn?
Lindsay, I guess I just have a question. This is how we've always done salary, so what has changed from years prior to right now? With us, because usually we get like, here's our reoccurring monies, and then we have a conversation as salary and sniper, but that's so just what has changed with the board.
Maybe it's the percentage versus dollars conversation, we aren't certain about what the numbers are next year, and so when I see the now decision point, if it's percentages and that's what we're talking about, yes. But we don't know those numbers for certain at this point, and we have to wait until after October count. And so as far as like the percentage of division, that makes a little sense. And maybe I can say something and please stop, I'm confused, like if I'm saying it wrong.
I think Autumn, you're right, that wasn't an issue. I think it's because we were working retro. And I think that the board already knew that we were working with current office, and I think and so that then we were able to say, hey, these are the recurring, they were on the salary schedule. I think that's and that's, I do feel it's feels very uncertain to bring forward that type of a immediate commitment on those dollars right now to the board, given the dynamic nature and that we didn't actually even see that those were available until a week ago. I would just have a really hard time getting to now and communication to the board because of that. Committing dollars that we don't actually have yet.
I guess it's kind of an elephant in the room that I don't know why we're really here. You guys really kind of decided what we can or cannot or whatever. This is not how we've done it before. And I even with having these careers, this is not. And so last year we let 1.8 million get put into reserves that should have been put into a negotiation. That wasn't, and now we're being asked to sit in a room and trust again. That come October, this is really gonna happen. We're talking about switching the IBB timeline tonight and meeting in the spring. We're hearing we're at the minimum of $2,000 below our comparable districts. We have teachers who are fighting every day to put food on the table. We're increasing our teacher salary or housing costs when they live in teacher housing. Teachers who have kids in preschool are paying huger prices for that. And we're not doing anything because we're so afraid of what might happen. And you want to talk about helping the teachers now, let's help the teachers that have committed to being here next year, know what their salary is next year, know what they're coming into, know what they have to do this summer in terms of extra jobs to make it through next year. Let's put it on the table right now for them, so they can know if they can continue to support this district. We had a member who did research, the majority of the teachers in this district are 15+, they have given you everything. Give them something this year.
Thank you. Yes, Christie.
Yeah, I hear both sides of the story, because I mean, the inflation is part of that story too, so go back and forth a little bit on story and options. And the story is the inflation is really tough. And I also understand what Lindsay and Anna are saying, because this is a moment in time. This is the best I'm doing right now, but it's not the final budget. So that's the real challenge, and I think to add to what's changed is like, the landscape has changed on certainty. I mean, adding online enrollment has really taken away a lot of our ability to be able to project correctly. The potential of these additional private schools, things like that. And the state and some of the irresponsibility of the state and shoring up these budgets has created all of this situation that we're faced with right now. So, but the one thing I was gonna add on the table is looking at that $50, we were saying after October count. But the way that I kind of look at it is if we're looking at changing the salary schedules now and then changing them again in the mill levy, that is really hard to change salary schedules twice. I mean, and then look at, I mean, so, I mean, it could be, instead of saying after October count is after, or, like. As a part of October count and if the mill levy passes, so we can even have something about the mill levy. So that there's some alignment there potentially, it's just the others. That I can see.
Thank you, Charlie.
I guess my perspective just echoes the seventies, technically. And I just feel like IBB reps are kind of stuck in this kind of place where we are continually told to wait. Right, wait until there's more clarity, and the longer we wait, the longer our salaries stay flatlined. And my frustration here is, I mean, it really is, like, what are we even doing here if we're not gonna be negotiating our salaries? Cause it doesn't sound like that's what we're negotiating. It seems like the only thing that is really up for negotiating is this one-time fund, right? So what are we even putting potential recurring numbers on the board for? Even though those are dollars that are gonna be out there and if past this prologue, they're gonna get spent well before we can put them into any kind of salary schedule for teachers. I will also point out, and this is from Eliza, there is only one school district in the entire state of Colorado who does IBB bargaining in the fall, one. Everyone else does it in the spring, they make the commitments to teachers and then they hold those commitments. Right, so that teachers are more proactive and a kind of articulated portion of the budget moving forward that has to be worked around, rather than the people who get the scraps ex post facto.
Okay, thank you. Jean?
On the back of my IBB name tag. I don't remember where it came from, but I wrote, but what if you were fearless, beyond brave, and knew you could figure things out? We can make a plan A, and then we can make a plan B, we can make a plan C, we can have off ramps. We have excess fund reserve, or reserve funds, whatever it is, we have cushions, we have parachutes, we have things, we have intelligent people. It's always gonna change. I'm not taking out an umbrella every day because it might rain a little bit. Right? We can handle a little bit here and there. I think we can be really, really brave. I think we can be flexible. And I think we can put our people first.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Yeah, I appreciate the pushback, and I'm trying to sit with. If my expectations were perhaps misaligned on what was on the table for today, and that could be something that I was not fully comprehending. I think Christy and Anna did a great job of identifying that many of these changes were not even, we didn't even know they were on the table until Friday of last week. But I would appreciate a little bit of patience and understanding, as I say, I am actually trying to get a handle on where this falls in the process. This is not a door slam, this isn't what my expectation was, and I need to understand it a little bit better. So knowing that all of this, these overages have been in existence on paper for us for less than 3 days. I'm trying to sit with next year, and I might be admin again, and if you can maybe weigh in on this question.
So say we go through this day, we bargain down to the correct percentages, we have, are we going by dollar, are we going by percentage? Because until, like I said, a few days ago, this wasn't even a reality, we were stuck at. We had the step, we had the health insurance, and we were gonna do our best to wrap up IBB, and this has definitely opened a much more complicated day than I was necessarily prepared for, besides these quick conversations with my fellow board members this weekend too. So I do wanna ask for a little bit of grace and exploration here, knowing that we can discuss this further. And then I have a phone, and if I need to get on that phone with other board members to try to sync these expectations. And I also can be called out if I misunderstood it too, which the leadership in the district definitely feel free to do that and just kind of switch me off if I'm saying it wrong, but I would maybe kind of process clarification here would be helpful.
And would you clarify that, you can go to Adam?
Sure, no, I mean, yeah, absolutely, y'all, the 729, again. We didn't have clear optics on the availability of the 729 or the 1.3. Wednesday on 729, which is when you voiced over it to the board. Friday on the 1.3, when we realized that like things were sure and that should be back on the table. What I communicated to the board this weekend, to your spot on, Lindsay, because we were just starting to wrap our heads around it, because the timing issue we've all talked about was, hey, look, you all know there's this 729, Christy voiced over it, you didn't actually see the slide deck because we didn't have 24 hours to put it up there. We feel still really uncertain about that, and bargaining that forward feels really unclear, but I want to make sure that you are all okay that we can move forward with this 1.3 from the 24-25 audit. And that was my conversation with board members, your spot on, is that, you know, what I communicated to them is that 729 still felt really uncertain. And I can say that, and I hear the frustration and the like, can we take risks? And I just want to name that, like, what is different than what's happened before is that we're in declining enrollment and we haven't wrangled it yet. Like, it still feels like a number that we're not sure if it's right or not. And that's been really tricky. And I would say the other thing is that as compared to historic, what we're also doing is we're trying to bargain forward, and that, you know, and whether that's wrong or right, whatever everybody else does, I think historically we were working with dollars in the hand that we knew we had, and these are all hypothetical in a world in which we don't have a good wrangle on student numbers yet. And so I do think those are very different than IBB groups before us, but that isn't exactly what I did before.
And then if I could clarify real quick, I heard you having concern about the 729, is the 388 a more solid number there? I'm seeing two different numbers to get to 1.1. One's uncertainty, one's not as much uncertain. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, okay. So I'm just gonna make it super basic, and then you could ask questions from there, because it's a really great question. So we're currently anticipating 126 student loss in enrollment between 25-26 and 26-27. Now, if we have a student loss similar to what we saw between 24 and 25 and 25-26, that would be almost 100, it's more than that, about 220. So that would yield another $1.3 million loss. So that would eat up that whole amount. So that's what we're trying to piece out currently, is how much, you know, what that's gonna look like, and that's where a lot of our uncertainty is. Pretty confident that the 126 number at this point is probably not gonna cover us on our enrollment declines for next year. And I mean, if I was to guess, that it would probably fall into another, 50 to 80 kids lost again, compared to what the demographers said. But that's a Christie guess. It's not based upon all the facts that we're trying to still piece out and calling all the leaders, the community leaders, to get the data and try to get as tight as we can.
So your statement is saying none of that is certain to you.
None of it's certain, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it's just, yeah.
Thank you. Adam?
I'm just gonna say two things, because there's like 14 in my head, so I'm trying to prioritize. I think we should do the math on how much these meetings cost the district, because my rough guess is like 10 grand for some, I have no idea. But like, we gotta do something, we can't spend all that money and time and all that, just with something that could have been read in an email update. And secondly, you know, I think, one of the things that came up in our breakout session was just, realizing all the things that are out of our control. And how it can be, you know, yes, we should plan ahead for, you know, we should pack our fire bag, but you can't run every day of your life like the fire's coming, right? So what do we know now? We know this now. If we have this money now, you know, my thought is to put it somewhere that we know it's gonna get used, and you know, if it gets to the future and we feel like we dug a hole for ourselves, well, we'll take responsibility for that, you know, we can say we all did that together, and you know, what we said in the meeting up there was that we really, you know, if a lot of this stuff is coming from the state, and I know we're not talking about that right now, declining enrollment, but let's make them the bad guys, right? Let's not hold the money just in case they do something. And then we're in the middle there, so, it's a real kind of like great emergency situation. And I think there's a group of people in here that are saying the emergency, you feel the emergency now. And there's other people saying, we think there's gonna be a bigger emergency later. And, you know, this whole thing about not trusting the numbers is funny, because like, apparently, like, we hire a person whose job it is to know those things. So, I think we should either trust those numbers, or we should not hire them. Because we don't know more than the demographer, that's what their training is, right? And so it feels weird for us to just hold this whole meeting hostage on a hunch that expert is incorrect.
Thank you. Okay, Liza.
Well, I think that, we understand that there could be some uncertainty with these numbers, and like obviously, as it's been pointed out, like everywhere I negotiate, we're dealing with some level of uncertainty, right? But I think that is why we have a reserves fund, and that's like why it's been brought up that there is more money than is required by board policy. And there currently, there was more money put in there last year. So that's like, I think if we make decisions that put us in a tough situation for 1 year, that's why we have this account. One reason why we have the account, and then we get to have like really tough conversations about where we are next year, right? With like the reality we're facing. And I'm partial to doing that because I think that there's always doom and gloom projections and uncertainties every single year. I've never planned a year where that wasn't the case. And I think we're seeing this year, like, you know, a lot, we would have done this just a few months ago, right? We had a lot of more uncertainties. And a lot of those have gone away. So I'm just always going to err on the side of getting the money into the pockets of people who need it right now. And if we overshoot and have to, we're not talking about anything that would take our reserves, you know, below the board policy threshold, which we have to, with all respect. But if we had to pull from that, then we would be able to say next year, like, look, we did have to pull from some of our reserves, and now that's where we're at. And at this group, you know, we've all talked like about, we're willing to make those hard decisions next year if that does come to fruition, but we're not super willing to just cross our fingers and hope that, you know, this money still is there to negotiate in the fall.
Thank you, Charlie.
Lindsay, I didn't mean to like turn this into an adversarial thing. Before the CBC existed, school board was fully integrated in this process, they were here, right? And I guess my frustration has been, and it came up a little bit with retirement benefit as well, like. A school board interest piece in the context and milieu of these conversations that kind of puts a wrench into the conversations, or changes the tenor of the tone of conversations. And I do wonder why there's more active participation of the school board in these conversations, if there's going to kind of be a fishbowl element to them that the school board is willing to kind of artificially impose on the conversations in the first place. But when we think about where our pay is this year, right? We went up about $300 on average. Every other comparable that we did from earlier this year has gone up between $1,500 and $3,000, right? They've gone up extraordinarily in comparison to our average salary. And part of the problem in the reason that is in part because we're always worried about potential shortfalls instead of just getting the money into teachers' salaries as quickly as possible. And we've dropped all the way from 17th in the state to 23rd in the state just in 1 year, right? And if we wait another year, we're gonna drop another 5 to 7 spots as these districts continue to invest in teachers. And so waiting until like the mill levy to kind of renegotiate our salary schedule, like to me, it's not like we're creating a new salary schedule, we're just putting funds into an existing salary schedule. It doesn't take a lot to do that. It does take a lot of time to kind of consider a whole new salary schedule for sure. But if we kind of come out of here and we have steps and lanes and we have this 1.3 million, even if we give it in bonuses, like, which I think I hear what Megan is saying, right? My concern is just the tenor of these conversations is always, but there's this potential budget shortfall, so I want money there just so we don't have to have those things. We can have more salary driven conversations to increase our wages. That's all I'm caring about right now. Do I think there is a danger in thinking about that $1.3 million for provincial health care costs? For sure, they're not recurring funds, right? But the reality is, almost anyone in this room can make a lot more money just by switching districts at this juncture.
Thank you. Lisa?
I just wanted to expand on what Eliza was saying about, we understand the uncertainty, if we understand wanting to have enough money to pay for everything next year. And we do have an additional 3.7 million in unencumbered reserves, but we also have the 10% that the board voted on keeping in reserves, which I think comes down to $17 million, so. And that's an amount that I don't think our competitors have in reserve, so that's why our salary schedule probably looks a little bit lower than theirs does. So we do have a cushion in case things go south next fall. So if we hold on to that extra 10%, and we hold on to this extra $3.7 million, and we tell our employees that we can't give them an adequate cost of living adjustment next year. We're devaluing the people that are our district, and we are being conservative already. Let's not forget about what we already have, let's see.
Thank you, Lisa. Christie?
Yeah, just a couple of clarifications on the enrollment estimates that I'm looking on right now. They would be better than the demographers at forecast, because they're better than a forecast, is what we're doing, is we're calling TRCS. How many kids are actually enrolled to come to RFSD? So then we're calling over CCS, how many kids, and so we're gonna have all of those inflows, and we're using I guess the only thing that we really have an estimate of is what our dropout rate is. And so that's using the average of the prior last couple of years, so we do have that. You know, the 10% plus 3% is pretty common to have in, just as a comparison with districts as far as what people need to make sure that we're being, prudent with our finances. So that is fairly comparable, just so that you're aware of that piece too. And, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Jean?
There's a well-known CEO who's got a masterclass listening to me, Melanie Hansen. And one of the first things that early on in the class, when her company encounters student farms, they start with a press release that they want for what to happen. It's kind of like how we have targets and goals and things like that. And it keeps them in mind, right? This is what we want. We have the opportunity here for our press release, the imaginary whatever, to say, Roaring Fork School District goes against the grain of controversial adversarial school districts. Right, Roaring Fork School District really fell against its teacher. They already have this amazing cushion. They've learned from their past mistakes. Right, their teachers have actually trust in the community is starting to rebuild trust after years of controversy. How this district is turning it around. Here's your white paper, here's your case study. You know, whatever glorious little pieces of paper and internet type that you want. Right? The other districts that I'm seeing, you know, things are starting to happen and bubble in ways that are really unhealthy for the communities and also kids. Like I can tell you, there's a student in one of my classes, and I was like, ooh, I know that parent has been sort of disenfranchised, not because of finances, so other stuff. That kid is starting to act out 100%. It goes through student behaviors. But that's the main thing is that we don't have to have an office of mentality. We could take a risk. We have cushions, we have soft landings, and we could actually build some trust. I think the pendulum can't swing too far to the other side, right? After you've been burned, right? And that's also going to do the same thing, right? Whether it's a hot burn or a cold burn, but we've got to do something a little bit in the middle. I mean, we could do something different. I don't see the resources as being unavailable to do so. To course correct future.
Thank you. Miles?
So the district is sitting on 17 million, 3 million over and above. Mandated reserves. I 100% agree, district needs to have safety. But how about our teachers? You know, I had a medical procedure earlier this year, it cost almost $3,000 out of pocket. How many of our teachers have $3,000 in the bank to cover a medical procedure? To cover if one of their kids break a bone and has to go to the emergency room? How many of our teachers have money in the bank? So we're gonna quibble about, oh, let's save an extra 729 just in case, on top of the extra 3 million, on top of the other 14 million. And we're just trying to help teachers afford to live here, to be prepared for maybe emergency a little bit better, to be able to handle unexpected costs that would be inconsequential for the district to deal with, but we're talking about people that can barely afford to live in this district. We're talking about trying to get money to teachers right now so that their life gets just a little bit easier while they're dealing with 150 plus kids every day, while they're dealing with rising costs on fuel, food, energy, all of those things. That's the decision we're trying to make. We're gonna help the people that have $500 in the bank or nothing in the bank, or are we gonna put another 729,000 on top of 17 million?
Thank you, Miles. Lindsay?
Thanks. I just wanted to mention that I heard a few things that are definitely correct, and one was the board participation is an awkward place to be. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, we're responsible for some fiscal practice for the entire budget, the entire school district. But keeping our finger on the weight of a conversation, which is supposed to be generative, creative, and solution oriented, is also really complicated. So I will, if I'm not walking that line 100% of the time, I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure that I have transparency in like what it is I can do with my fellow board members and what I can build a consensus around that's going to meet all of their concerns and interests, but I recognize 100% that I probably just stuck my foot in it right now. So if I have a, I'm very, what I wanna do right now is get out of the way. I feel like the arguments that everyone's making are things that I completely agree with, and so I'm trying to figure out, I think my issue was just an expectation. I was surprised to see the recurring dollars on the table today, and I was trying to express that as something that I didn't come in and expect to see. But I'm not, I don't wanna say it shouldn't be there, so can I just do a quick point of order request and maybe take 5 or 6 minutes to check in with Anna about where we are here, see if I need to make any calls, this shouldn't be the issue that keeps you guys from the solutions today, so I wanna try and do myself out of that position and better understand where I missed the mark in this comment. I am just again trying to play the role of, is this ultimately something I know the board will stand behind? And I just really can't, and I just stick with it. I don't wanna take a lot of time, and I don't want this to kind of keep going where I feel as though I'm stealing time, you guys need so.
Yeah, I think we should take like a 5-minute break, and if the association wants to caucus a little too, and advocate caucus during that time as well. And why don't we say it's like 2 minutes, 11:45, we'll come back, okay, so. Both sides can caucus, Lindsay can make her call to the back, and 15 minutes. Yeah, we'll pause.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, no, I think that's not. I'm like, you know, I'm like, Fred's face,
Friday is Friday.
Oh.
No, on the IBB, like, guys, we have to stretch spring break till June, where there was nothing for 5 days, we need to put it.
They were like, yeah.
Right, so they gave us sort of like this Friday, and it's called.
Yeah, but the calendar's gonna change now.
I know, that's the problem, we don't need to make it sense. Yeah, I feel like we have a single fun.
Is this the final Red Handstand collaborative experience?
No, but
Yeah, it's gonna live it up.
it might be the final one that is. Not to change on that Monday. No.
I still play.
I actually prefer, like, I like your question here.
So we are back or what?
We're back, we're just fine. Just a quick minute, we're back.
Yeah.
All right, who wants to share? Who's sharing from the admin team?
I think we were trying to go deeper into interest. All right, quartile and these investments and the concerns around maybe risk, and so I think our potentially third option was what if we more comfortably, confidently, and I'm saying that's more comfort, confident on that adjective. Talk through the 1.1 recurring into salary schedules. And we put more of the timeline. Or we commit the 1.3 fully to health insurance. So that we would talk about the 1.1 right now, recurring, which salaries, and say that 1.3 will be 5, becomes somewhat of a safety net. So that if we lose a ton of kids between now and the fall, it's not gonna save us forever, but it does provide some little buffer to address that. And if it's not needed, great, we've already agreed, was to the health, and district health savings account of it. So does that make sense?
Yep.
As a consideration of shifting, it's a little, I think on our end, a little more risky and moving that as you've heard, but then having that 1.3 would provide some sort of temporary if needed, solve. Shit, if the fan needs to be house. Did I explain that?
Yeah, you did a really great job on that, but I just wanted to give some money context, because we talked a lot about this 3.6 million over the minimum fund balance that we had available as of June 30, 2025. So let's just use that 3.6 million, and then we take 1.3 million of that out, that turns to 2.3, and then we take too much risk. And then we lose the kids, then we're down close from minimum fund balance at that point in time, and that is too risky. That's why we're making this shift, to make sure that we're trying to balance the needs of the staff with making sure that, that our fund balance is still got enough of a buffer, especially with what's going on with this. So just more context on the financial side.
Okay. Did you have a question, Brent? Is that earlier? No, yeah, so let's just take that and chew on that through lunch, and then we come back and have some dialogue around that.
Put it on
You might want to mix it with something else. Yeah, and then 45 minutes for lunch, is that too much or enough?
And I mean,
We'll try.
I think it's enough.
Okay, I'll shoot for that.
If we're not here in 45 minutes, we're all sitting out in front of the library.
Eating. We're cognizant during lunch, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you for bringing me up.
Wait when we get there anyway.
Maybe, and we're making a. Hey guys, how hard it has to. Oh, yes. I'm gonna go and wait till this.
We're gonna do it.
Okay. So we've now got multiple options. We have these options that are here, and then we have the new option. That was brought right before lunch. I did take an old decision matrix I had and cleared stuff out, and I put options in there. And so I have that in case that we need that. But let's maybe here we could write the general version of what was stated by admin as another option. And so for that option, we have the one-time 1.3 going into reserves. Is that correct? Or just being held?
Just like, hold on, you do that. I mean, what? Hearing, there's an interest in allocating dollars to staff salaries now to address the bottom rank quartile. I think classified, but they have already identified similar types of priorities across their teams. So there's an interest in addressing that now and not waiting. So that all don't disappear and an interest in taking a little more risk. So, and then there was an interest, and that was kind of from teachers' side. On the admin side, heard an interest in like being able to have something to mitigate this. And so the proposal was then to have the 1.3, instead of waiting on allocating the recurring dollars, actually wait on allocating the 1.3. And to say, yeah, it's insurance unless enrollment
Yes.
dips.
Specifics.
Right, and then it can help us, of course, that would help us on a recurring basis, but it would help take the edge off at least 1 year.
Kind of you figure out.
Not pull staff out of buildings, not pull staff out of teams, it would help us mitigate risk.
Or a rescission of the state funding.
Sure, yeah, yeah. So I think that was the proposal around those particular kinds of around these.
Yeah, basically say, sorry, I don't write nicely, so. Especially the lower I get on the board. I write great here. I write really bad now. So use the 1.1 million now for salaries. And then hold on for the 1.3 million until the October count. Or am I saying that wrong?
Christie, I just think, not even October count, but maybe, until fall review for enrollment and state funding. That's what I'm looking, because October count really denotes just that one piece of it, and we're looking at really two.
So fall review of student count or fall review?
Fall review of, state funding and enrollment.
Okay.
So it's essentially what we talked about, but with the caveat that a little bit more flexibility about that 1.3 as a safety measure sense.
Because then
Yeah.
it duplicates, it's just like, when we got into that fiscal crisis with the health insurance and all of that before, is it compounds itself. So if you find out that you have a problem in the same fiscal year as the problem, then you've got a problem in that year plus the budget you're doing the next year, which impacts, it impacts your fund balance twice. When you're in the moment instead of once, so, that's.
Okay, any dialogue around further clarification or questions? We can move on to evaluating and beginning to make choices here.
Should.
Okay. All right, well, one of the things that would help us would be, we have in our dialogue, we've laid out interests. We never said them individually, but I think we can turn those into some version of criteria, use them to develop criteria that we can try to evaluate the options with. So that we can make a selection unless everybody knows what they want right now, we just go for it.
We should try that first, and if we need to, we should.
Okay, I will say this, if you do get to one. Let's make sure we come up with some criteria that enables us to evaluate. How the district will do with this, how employees will do with it, and how you'll measure. So that you have something to defend with it, so. So Charlie, do you have a process of what you'd like to do, do we wanna?
Well, just from my perspective and then talking to teacher reps. I think we're copacetic with the district's kind of perspective of a little bit more flexibility with those one-time funds in the fall, should we need it. With the caveat, if they've already articulated it, that we should kind of also be thinking about healthcare costs as well. That's just me speaking, but I think it could speed the process of what we're on the same page already.
Yeah, I don't wanna drag things at all, so.
Yeah.
I just wanna make sure that there were a lot of options that we make sure, we've done a lot of evaluation on them already and a lot of the dialogue that we've done. But there have been some interests around things that might be slightly different than that. Does anybody have something to say in relation to that? That doesn't necessarily feel good, or you've got some questions about that?
And the only thing, can I just add one thing?
Yeah.
It's not that that I disagree with it in any way, I just think that then we'll have to circle around with classify. To get their input on for sure.
Yep.
Then the challenge with that though is they would have to see things in a similar way in terms of. Or, no, the 1.3, because we're not, the choice is not to say directly right now that we're using it for insurance, or.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the goal, and I thought that was a part of some of the.
I think it would unfortunately turn into a TEL decision, classified forward on this. With them having the ability, right, you guys are thinking about like that's types of decisions, I think it would be a TEL and classified in terms of these dollars are available, here's what certified agreed to, these are the implications for your team, and on the recurring, this is how much is allocated to classified now that people are constructing. And actually, they already know. They already identified where their priorities are, so actually it'll be that hard for that to go to. But it speaks to a funkiness about these decisions when. This is not a very big picture.
I guess I think there's a point with what you just said, that I think is worth naming, right? Which is if roles were reversed and certified was looking at this first and said, this is what we want to do, and came to this group being like, this is what's happening. I think that would feel really shitty to this group, so I don't know, I mean, is there value in like coming up with a plan, like, or process of assuming that this is what we are able to move forward with, that this is what we do, but that these, like, does it look like you and Anna, and I don't know, who but needs a certified and tries to actually do an agreement with certified, that using the 1.1 into salaries where that looks like going into some classified and going into some certified is something that we can agree to. Rather than just telling a whole other group of stakeholders what going to happen.
Kendall.
The like long story in districts has been that certified does make those decisions first because teachers are a part of the district who kind of who's in the classroom. I think that's part of that bigger IBB conversation about the timeline and scheduling. And for now, we make that decision, this group. And then know that as we figure out better IBB time in the future,
That's really to incorporate that better.
Is it possible to look in our decision making around that option? How does this potentially impact classified in a positive way? Not sure I said that right, I did. Because thinking about where we were before, have we created a more positive impact for classified if you were to select this option?
I mean, I'm gonna throw something out there and I'm gonna be rounding and I have no idea where I'm at, right? But I would assume when we've done one-time bonuses in the past, we've done same amount for every staff member. So it's a larger percentage for classified staff than it is for certified staff, because it breaks like your salary, everybody gets the same number.
Or you could get a smaller number every year.
Right. But when we split up the 1.1 between classified and certified, I guarantee the bucket that goes to certified will be relatively larger. I don't like that small amount they get every month. Next year, when we infuse that into ECE, for example, like if it gets infused into ECE, bus drivers, custodians, our food service workers, our paraprofessionals, they're probably not gonna see that. So that means that they're not going to get a chunk of that bucket, right? If it gets infused into early childhood. It means that if we're putting it to the bottom quartile of the certified salary schedule, your new teachers aren't, right? Our teachers who are in year 1, year 2, they're not gonna see a chunk of that. Whereas they would see a chunk of the bonus. Like, I think it's important to recognize that there will be, in looking at salary schedules, there will be people who get money and people who don't. And we just need to be very cognizant of that.
Adam?
Oh, we talked about that a little bit at lunch, and it's interesting, just like being in here, you know. I think we've been here a long time, and we've always focused on the top left in the schedule. And that's where, and we could look at the numbers, that's where our biggest discrepancy is right now with like comparison to other places. And I mean, you could argue that it's coming, like they'll get it, like they'll see it, right, eventually. I mean, I think you make a good point, and I think maybe we need to be careful about the messaging and show some of those numbers, that historical context of IBT.
Yeah.
Because ever since I've been on IBT, I've always been reluctant to argue for the bottom rate, because that's where most of us are. And we had that goal for like 3 years to get the base salary of 50K. Finally got there, and so we worked on that side for a long time, and as a result, the bottom rate fell behind. So, you know, we could explain it in a way that makes sense. There's still might be people that don't like it, but you can't feed all the horses at the same time. They'll do it farther.
Yeah, we'll do, Gene.
I have a couple different like wonderings about your thing.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering if we need to like a job somewhere as like just very people like. There's this thing that we would like people to consider as we move forward. There's this thing. Oh, like a job that you. Or if you don't see somewhere. Are they going to be considered now or later? Like, I don't know. Like that in the last grade. But that's okay.
Yeah.
But if we like saw able to ask some questions or what things that we can still make sure that consolidate those as we forward. Because that was what you're a little bit like, how do we kind of have the criteria?
Yeah.
Right, a little bit, or things we need to consider as we move forward in discussion, so just to. But all of us do that. But it does mean, we're holding
the whole space, but so. Part of the context.
Well, one thing for Megan's comment about classified, it would be possible to look at what might be a one-time bonus versus what would be the increase in their pay and how does that work out over a year? You couldn't be exact, but you could have some way to look, because those are two really important issues to think about. Money in the pocket now versus how does that accumulate over time in a person who's not, you know, typically making a larger amount of money every month. Anna and Lindsay, sure.
I think part of what's important about talking about these dollars is that we're all recognizing that this is not gonna solve the problems that we want it to solve. We want it to move everybody, and we recognize that we're not. So I think we need to, and I know we've got a big agenda, and we have a lot of things we want to solve, a lot of different strategies. I think exactly what you said is exactly the conversation the classified has had this year, and insert instead of bottom right quartile early childhood. Like when they did comps, they looked at all the teams and all the things, that group is far below everybody else for whatever reason, it just happened that way. And I think they would look at this and go, great, this is not gonna solve everything, but it'll help solve this thing, or at least address this thing. And so I actually think it's not perfect, and that if it solves one of the things that we've all agreed on as a priority, if we can live with that. And we've made enough adjustments to the proposal that we feel good about, like. If we have so many challenges, it's gonna take multiple solutions, right? We're gonna talk about an MLO, you know, that could do a lot more than this. So anyway, or whatever, I know it's not a solo. Do something.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Just a note about where to carry forward those thought processes and concerns, you were saying like, well, we all got mentioned, but what are you doing with them? When it's presented to the board by IBB. On the award slides, make sure that we carry through the thought process and the concerns and considerations that you want to have noted in the record. And that is a very appropriate place for it to be.
Okay, Charlie?
That's right. What I was gonna say is like, this is certified IBB, and the interests we're representing in here are for certified teachers. Right, and it's really difficult to kind of think about conversations that we're not even privy to in other negotiation sessions. Right, and the only caveat is, yeah, we do have to collectively decide healthcare, and it's a massive cost, right? But aside from that, like, it's, I don't know how much progress we're gonna make if we're gonna consider every interest of every kind of employee group of the district in this.
Okay, so we just wanna see where the thumbs are on option C here. Is it, oh, sorry, thank you.
I just did it, sorry. I just wanted to, because we had talked about this, but never really got an answer, was like, how much of that 1.1 are we dealing with for certified? Because I feel like that is something that should be a part of the information that we gather before we thumbs up or whatever, like the consensus. So have you guys discussed that? Do you guys know?
I mean, we just looked at where I fell back, it was, without a huge, that and then it's you, is that, you know, anyways, I'm saying with other things, the fair share goal for so long in certified IEP was a 61%. For some reason in my head, that feels like a reasonable place to start, where I'd like us to give something that feels reasonable and fair to classify and the board. And we looked roughly at 24.5 salary breakdowns, not current year, because that didn't seem quite right. And certified was right at about 60% of total salaries. Yeah, so it felt like, oh, there's a justification for that number. That seemed like a reasonable place to start, but you're really on that.
You know, we just didn't feel like 25, 26 would be a good representation because we lost 17 teachers. That's a big chunk of salaries, and we did reduce some admin costs as well. But I think that looking at the future, those numbers will probably more align better with 60% over the 90. So we thought that was the fairest place to start.
Based on this year, certified
teachers can go less than 61%, yeah. Okay. For 26, 27, I should say, and a little bit for 25, 26, we saw that too, because of the declining enrollments. And we're looking at, you know, all of our enrollment, excuse me, it's like looking at student teacher ratios and ratios of how much staff, and we're still trying to get those in line.
It's true, in 25, 26, it was about 61%. It's probably less than that actually, going to direct instruction. But if we look back historically, even in 5 years, 61% is not the amount of money that's been going to certified staff. Audited budgets for the past 5 years, right? If we go back to 2020, 21, 66%, right? The year after that is about 64%. Then there was a big drop when Dr. Rodriguez came on to 63%. We were there for a couple of years and we dropped down again. Right, next year is probably going to drop down again, as Christy highlighted, because we have reduced the amount of money going to direct instruction because we reduced teachers. The only admin that we've kind of reduced is still technically actually a classified position, right? It is an ACES position that would still count as indirect instruction. So I don't know, 61% doesn't actually seem like the accurate percentage to use when we're breaking down new funds.
Can I?
Oh, sorry, Megan, please.
Just with like, you know, the interest that you shared of like classified has advocated for early childhood, that's what they named as their priority, certified as maybe this bottom quartile. If for 40% of 1.1, that's just around $400,000. I guess I don't know how much we spend on EC salaries and where we need to get them to. But it's $400,000. And I know we're talking about certified here, right? But if we need less than that to get early childhood salaries to where we want them to be, then would that leave more money for certified? Does that make sense? Or do you just say we're doing fair share and so they get to do whatever they want to do with their bucket of money?
Current thinking is that the question of what would feel fair at large. It's not teacher feels more that you only get this. I hear what you're saying. I don't think that would feel fair. But that's my credit.
Steve, inside your share.
Yeah, I would agree with that, because I mean, especially if there's an increase to the salary schedule at certified, and then people are getting zip on the classified side, that would be kind of tough. The one thing I wanted to just highlight is just how the calculation happened with that 61%. I think there's a little bit of a disconnect between instructional versus non-instructional, and who is a certified teacher. And so based upon our chart of accounts, certified teachers are denoted with the 200 series job classification code. And that includes instructional, non-instructional deans, it includes everybody that's all sort of, whether they be instructional or non-instructional or administration or whatever, 61% of and those are the people that are on those salary schedules right now. And it was based upon 2024, 2025 actuals before any of the decline that we saw in 25, 26 or 26, 27 based on like that was related to the declines in enrollment. That we still need to work through all of those ratios to really solidify that equity in the future. Just as a clarification. It's just different. Instructional versus non-instructional is different than certified versus classified versus admin. It's two different calculations. They're somewhat similar, obviously, because your teachers are generally going to be in an instructional bucket, but not.
Go ahead and respond and then we'll go to Andy. You see that?
Yeah.
Immediately.
All I was gonna say is, yes, it's true, if anything, because certified staff actually were representing even more than just people in the classroom, that percentage should probably be somewhat bigger than just 61%, because there are non-teachers in that pot, right? And if we just look at the general budget, like how much of the budget is going to direct instructional staff and indirect instructional staff, because that's generally certified staff as well. We're talking a much bigger percentage of the overall budget that we kind of spend on those salaries than 61%.
Chew on that, let Amy go.
Just wanted, on behalf of the certified IBB, they've been a great group to work with. As you know, there's broad representation, there's actually a lot of employee groups, so when we have like 20 people in the room, there might only be 2 of the childhood educators. It's not bad like fighting for this, but we did look at the comp, so that was their #1 priority, is raising this group to where they need to be, but there is broad interest among the classified staff for salary increases for everyone. And so I don't want to inadvertently share that like an ECE increase is gonna check that box for that.
You got something new there, Sherman?
No,
Okay.
when we do those same salary comparisons for teachers, we are also well behind a lot of our competitors, right? Which is why we want to kind of make sure we're putting money where teachers are in our district, right? And what, 260 plus have 15 or more years of experience? That's where the majority of our teachers are in this district.
Christie, did you,
No,
she wants anything?
I'm good, we got aligned.
Okay.
Maybe, because I'm pretty confused as to those numbers and percentages, and it feels like you guys are saying some pretty different numbers. And I would love for you to help me feel the lines.
Well, what Christie kind of highlighted is the direct instruction band in the general audits includes paraprofessionals. And a couple of other supporting positions in the classroom.
Certified positions.
That are certified positions. That are classified positions. So there is a mixing of buckets in the context of the general audit. And so it becomes a little bit more nebulous trying to figure out the percentage that's going towards being where in classrooms.
Thank you. That's, yeah, I was gonna ask, but yeah. Thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah, and that's why when I was saying with the 24-25 that I just ran certified teachers. Who's on the salaries. So to get the 60. But I mean, you don't have the ability to do that, because you just have to build a audit first, which. Happy to provide that on the 24.
Okay.
We're just wanting to know about our guests. It's your member of the team, and so I was just saying that people are allowed here by law, or sunshine law, to be transparent at these meetings.
He's just here.
That's, it's a very relevant thing to ask. Because a lot of times these groups go, well, nobody coming, all of a sudden, there's 25 people in there. It's a very disconcerting feeling, but Colorado Sunshine Law, anytime this type of meeting goes on, anybody is allowed to be, they will get to contribute into the process of employees that are not allowed to be speaking out, and also get instructions and so forth. So that's working on the computer. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I don't know if you're tracking, like our time.
I'm at the point here where we need to decide what we're gonna do with this percentage, because that's the only thing stopping us from voting, so.
Like we got like cool stuff to talk about.
Yeah. So is there another option to the 61 or out? Dialogue around. That's our one thing right now, it seems like, to make sure we're comfortable with.
I guess I'm still on a question. I just want to clarify, and I have to talk a little bit. monies we're talking about now is percentages, we're only talking about salaries, not all the other costs that go on in the district, not maintenance, not building, nothing. We're talking only about salaries.
Right. That's really, it's what I did is, I did a total, like, all the salaries from across Canada. Salaries and benefits, all positions district-wide. I got that total for the denominator, and the numerator was all certified teachers that are on that, and it was based on actual numbers of actual teachers in those positions.
I guess the only other thing that I would say is, the CEA finance person is saying it's gonna be closer to 1.5 than 1.1. I think we should keep that in mind, that there could still be more money. So when we talk about this percentage, we get the percentage of the actuals and the percentage of the 1.1.
Sign up today. I said it's a week.
I don't know what happens if there is no orange. Just goes into the general fund.
Well, I think that we're saying that if there was a coverage. That would sort of be part of this one-time money perhaps, right? It was like, we're going to just like revisit it. If we get to the negotiations next year, we see that we actually have much more enrollment to reserves than we talk about it next year, right?
I just feel like once it goes to the reserves, that money is off limits to us.
Well, let us all here today. No.
Did you hear Lindsay look at? Later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Policy gotta be louder, so I don't think I'm gonna.
Sorry. Too loud.
So,
I think that there's risks by both parties in doing this today versus doing it later. I mean, and that's, we can't take all the risk away and then take all the upside. You see what I mean? So we're both taking a risk in the middle, and that's why I like that we revisit it in the fall, you know.
And that's fair, I guess we should acknowledge it, if that's what we're doing, we should acknowledge it, not.
and we could, what you're saying, both you're saying is, my gibberish on the board is not necessarily what we should have written down with thumb. Should we have more clarity there in terms of when we revisit in the fall, what that means? Should we do that, or is that enough? I'm trying to say what we do here, just make sure it's clear what everybody's going to be thumbing. Yes, please.
I think there are potentially multiple points of voting in some ways, right? Like, there's the piece of, we're gonna take the potential recurring 1.1 and infuse that into salaries. There's some combination of certified and classified that is yet to be agreed upon. But can we agree to that piece that we want to infuse the 1.1 into salaries in some combination of certified and classified? And that we will hold on to the 1.3 for potential worse enrollment situations or health insurance, et cetera, right? And then I think there's a different, like, what's the process for determining what the ratio of the classified versus certified is? There's a piece of the process of, once we figure out the bucket that goes to certified, how do we figure out where that gets put in the table, how that gets put in the table, right? Like that, I think we need to determine what those processes are and make sure that we're in agreement on timeline, et cetera, to be ready as soon as we can. And I guess I feel like there are like 3 different pieces to it.
And your most immediate piece is the number, the percent, 61% or some other number. The other is the implementation component.
Yeah.
How's it gonna be structurally implemented? That can be done after we vote here, because that is critical, it has to all be without any clear way that we all. That sound okay? So are we 5 thumbs on the 61 or.
But we have the funds that we're putting 1.1 in the salary schedule.
On to top C, which is the whole thing.
Yeah.
And 61% or whatever percentage is apart. Once we have that piece, then we lay that out, then it's an implementation, how does it get put into effect into the salary schedule?
Yeah, and I don't think that we should memorialize it in a bit more concrete, given the dollars.
Yeah, like in terms of what we vote on, put it
Yes.
up on the screen written more nicely, not and have you done your beautiful typing and.
Well, I would be consensus for about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Should try and still be. Yes.
So is it, so you're working on it still, or is it up there? So,
One time and revert, so if you scroll up,
okay,
I just added the option that you added to the board, I added to the one time. So we need to reach consensus on option C for one time. And then either 8.1 or 8.2. So, I think she said highlighted, so it's probably there. Right there.
Here.
So option C is what you put on the board,
okay, yep,
and option 8.1 is the other part. So we had to do. This one first, yeah. Thank you.
okay, so we would then, the way it's written, we would thumb for that, and then we go down and thumb to the bottom, or do you want to put them all together?
All together.
It's a combo of 8.1 and C.
Here.
Yes.
I just wanted to know that if we put this into the step 15 plus. Then this most likely means that it's gonna be going into increasing the percentage for step raises for the future for certified. And so that's just something to know, because then we're gonna have to look at the average classified step. For continuity between the two, because they're currently the average of certified is 1.8, the average of classified is 1.8. On the salary schedules, but now if, let's just say it's classified is 1.8, and certified is 1.9%. That's something that people have to talk about. with the classified staff.
Okay. So are we okay to vote on the, but we want to vote on each of them separately? Or just say what's in pink is what we're thumbing?
It's definitely yellow.
Can I ask one other?
Oh, it's yellow. From here, it's definitely not yellow, it's pink. Reflection.
I rethink so.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we still gonna review the salary schedule together, or is it whatever certified comes up with, that that's what we're gonna bring to the board, or how is that gonna work?
It's a great question. Can we have some help with that?
Wait, he has the same question.
Oh, I suppose.
To try the,
Yeah, maybe we should keep that more nebulous. We would, just so you guys know what we're talking about, we're talking about this number here, this 15 plus number,
Yeah.
and whether that is too narrow. Yeah. And maybe just put like bottom right quartile there in lieu of an actual number, so that a smaller group that's looking at the numbers. Can tweak it more. That's what it is. It gives you answers.
and that tweaking would include administration and association people?
Yeah.
Okay. That answers your question.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just changing that, but it's not even in that one part, so.
It just says in the bottom right.
Yeah,
It's fixed. Yeah, it's been fixed.
Right here.
Oh, there it is. Okay, great, thank you. Are we ready to thumb?
Yes.
100% for it, not totally sure you're not. Okay, all thumbs are up. Okay, So this is what you have agreed upon.
140, good job, everybody.
Right. So now that leaves,
My mom could have read 2 very long.
This is, how do we get on?
and we know that the salary schedule is not going to be dealt with for an immediate thing, that's going to be worked on next year, is that correct?
No, down for the end of this year.
Not just for the industry, okay.
Just not right now.
Correct, not today.
Okay, so it will go into effect for next school
Yeah,
year.
that's the hope.
Okay, all right. And then you guys will write this up and.
Yeah.
Cause this still has to be ratified, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, so you have to have some kind of joint release of that.
Thinking May 13th for board.
Yeah.
All right. So back to the agenda. The thing that had been next was looking at the IBB process, time management things. Do we still want to go there, or do you want to go to the mill levy override next? What do you think would be?
That's 142, so what seems most.
I think we don't talk about the mill levy in this big group, I don't know when we're ever gonna kind of get consensus about certain aspects that we need to kind of get on board to get teachers involved in their aspects.
Because, and then the other big one too is the ERW.
Yeah.
Because there was some decision made
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
that, correct? So
Yeah.
we want to get through that, so MLO,
I think so.
okay? And then does somebody have that piece who's presenting on that? Do we need to project anything, or we?
I think we have a shared interest in making sure that certified staff feel. Great, I'm trying to start, you just feel that certified staff feel seen, valued, supported by the MLO. And ready to get on board, that all staff feel seen, valued, supported. Through the MLO, and we have heard back from staff that we need to be more precise. In what we're recommending to the board in terms of how we want things out, so I think we have an interest. In clarifying what precision would look like. And then being ready to share that with as they certified agrees that this would be our recommendation to the MLO, and so I think that's not right.
Yeah, 100%. My perspective has certainly been informed by some of the stuff that's happening currently up in Aspen. Right, and I definitely want to avoid any of those kinds of conflicts, and I think the best way to avoid those conflicts is to have clarity about what is going to happen with these monies before hypothetically these monies are even in our coffers. And I also think it'd go a long ways to kind of getting buy-in for all interest parties as well, like, okay, what is the percentage we're talking about, right? And then you can know that percentage as opposed to feeling like the rug is pulled out underneath you at the last moment, as happened in Aspen. I don't want to have that happen. And I also think the reticence of people kind of getting on board with this particular mill levy is in part by exactly what happened. And then we just kind of do a lot to engender trust. So I think what we need to figure out is percentages, essentially, the same conversation we just had. But again.
Let's move
I'll just make a comment and then the question, you know, my comment is that, I think going forward with this, we have to have some pretty tight and consistent messaging among everyone in this room. And then we want to spread that messaging to the rest of the public. I'm not as confident as I was the last time we did this. And that's because of the world, things have gotten tighter for everyone. And also our district, I feel like just because of the tumult of the past 5 years, we don't have to trust and faith in our fiscal responsibility, as we used to have, and that's not with anyone in this room. So I guess my question is, the last time we did the MLO, I feel like we hired somebody to determine the feasibility of it and make a plan for it and I'm wondering if we have that and either way, like, what is our message of solidarity that? Because I think like even a small group of teachers or district employees against it could wreck the chances, it's so tenuous. So what are we gonna rally around? And what research has been done? Those are my questions.
Okay, Lindsay.
Well. Maybe, Anna, do you wanna just run through the timeline before I kind of jump in again? Because a lot of this has come up in a couple ways, but I'll maybe get some of that going.
Sure. The MLO Exploratory Committee kicked off in the fall, and our initial thinking, maybe bias, I don't know, because there was Charlie represented this crew, we just started leaning in on salaries. So that was really what we're saying, we came up with a team, we talked about a feasibility study, it was a new goal. We did some initial just outreach, Christy and I to like Colorado School Finance Project, CPE, and we said, hey, we're thinking staff salaries. We're wondering about how, really, you're in Colorado, staff salaries always pulls well. We said, great, then that seems, that's great, we'll save that money in time and start to build momentum around this. We went out, did some initial work on the exploratory committee, got a little bit of pushback from, I would say, like, not 100, board asking questions, but then the committee was like, no, we still do staff salaries. I think where I think we also felt like, okay, we could do, in hearing the board's feedback, we could do more staff salaries, recruitment and retention efforts. That helps us make a nice through line to the strategic plan, which is a priority to the board. I would say then where we're at, so that's it on research, so it's limited, we did not go out to a feasibility study call. I would say we did then do, like Christy and Amy and I went out, did a couple initial very really attended community sessions, but what we never heard was anybody who disagreed with us on staff salaries. We heard people that were pissed about taxes rising, we heard people who were irritated with me or with, with some of the more internal health insurance, those sorts of things, but never anybody that pushed back on staff salaries. So we're still on that course. I still feel like we need to get everybody on board. This group, I think, is really important, and then the board has a work session on the 27th with the intention of, my obligation is to kind of make the case of why we're prioritizing the MLO here and why, frankly, like the strategic plan, which is of great importance to the board on closing the achievement gap, is something that we are paying for our general. For an MLO. So I have that case to bring along the board, and so that's my goal on the 27th. But I do think that having the support of staff is going to be more important. So I would say in terms of rallying, I think today feels really important. Get agreements that people feel clear on, because we did, the staff who did show up at the community forum said like where you're headed, but where's the precision, exactly how are we allocating this to staff? And how are we gonna make sure that that doesn't become an investment that looks like it's for staff, but perhaps it's like, how do we make sure it's for current staff salaries, not to create a new department and chop that up the staffing. So I think those were securities that staff we heard wanted from probably this conversation. And then I would say where we're at, I think once we get that rally, we currently have a communication consultant working with the exploratory committee, but it's a very light touch. But then we're hoping to move to like an RFP of somebody who would help us transition into the campaign, which that of course takes place outside.
Yeah.
Does that help?
Yeah.
Of kind of where, but I feel like right now, to be honest, it's this like a little bit of like trying to herd cats, like get everybody behind it, so that ideally by May, we're a lot tighter. So staff, when they see that presentation, go, okay, and so that the board can feel comfortable and go, yeah, we're behind this. Because I think you're spot on, Adam, and like I worry about a larger context than us, and we're gonna have some work to do.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great summary. I don't have a ton to add, just that our next work session is 29th, and we have it's focused on the MLO, and so what I'm hoping to do here is that Ann and I hear your voices loudly and clearly. And can bring that to the conversation in a very concrete way and make sure that that's representative of the implementing process, the certified interests. Yeah, and then also knowing that recruitment and retention is part of, a way of addressing a variety of interests surrounding this money, and still focus on staffing. Really, it's not a strategic plan to have more representative, leadership and teachers throughout our district, and so considering a good part of this money play a role in that problem solving. But this is where you all talk to us and tell us what we need to carry forward in that conversation. I also dropped a comment in the agenda. You can jump in, you asked about polling. We didn't invest in polling specifically this year in our district. There was a statewide polling effort by the Jones Strategies that went out last year, which clearly identifies attracting and retaining high quality teachers as the number one priority for most school districts across the state as well. And so some of our discussion was around how to use our resources wisely and not throw money in polling that we kind of already know the answer to, and that is the number one piece of phrasing on ballot language that folks can use positively. So again, please share the thoughts now so we can bring them to the discussion, and then you'll see a small round of community feedback based on a tighter version of this work. And when is the work session? It is on the next one, so 29th. Corrected right as an wrong document. So
Is this coming up now because they just opened up the possibility of it, or? Like, they said ask for more, so
In 2024, when the school finance act revised essentially.
so we're doing it now because we can.
Here's a short, because basically they chopped the
Yeah.
possibility factor, and anybody who's negatively impacted.
Yeah.
So, and there's a short, like 5-year window.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's not just we're doing it now because we can,
Yeah.
we're doing it now because assuming
We
we
have,
can't.
I see. Okay, that's.
and it's totally the state funding responsibility for adequately funding schools back to local regions.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah.
Get more money from your residential taxes, essentially is what happened.
And I will say one more thing, that I think we've learned in the conversations, and I think it reflects what we were just talking about. I think it's gonna be really important practicing now, so I can articulate this good word. We have so many challenges. This is not silver bullet for anything. This is one potential strategy to address the fact that our staff salaries continue to lag. And we need a holistic strategy for that. Is it gonna stop, declining enrollment? No. Is it gonna stop the kind of strategies we might need to look at for reconsidering what it needs to be a Roaring Fork school and what size it is to make sure kids are learning and get access to everything? No, it's not gonna solve that. But it might help us address this one issue for a little bit of time. Or at least maybe get us some closer to people.
Thank you, Christine.
One of the things, I think this is, besides the work we did here, is the most important thing that I'd love to walk away from this meeting with today is the clarity of knowing what group is gonna be working on the salary schedule if the melody passes. And getting that clarity of what the salary schedule looks like so we can get by it. That would be a real win. I think, and it really gets rid of the potential concern with the Oscar situation to have that level of clarity. That just, I think, is extremely important, and I think right in this moment, we have that opportunity because we're gonna have to go back to see what that's gonna look like for the 1.1 million anyway. So then we can layer this on as like a 2-tier approach. So it's just, that would be my biggest hope of what we can get out of this melody conversation for today. Is, like, how many dollars are available, what are we looking at, having available for certified, go. Work on a salary schedule, bring it back, and then we can, have more conversation with this group, maybe, I don't know, maybe in the fall. But sometime soon. And then I guess we're gonna have to go back in May too for this, so I mean, it's really.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I'm glad that you guys can spend money on vigilance strategies, if you wanna know the report they did for Eagle. Check it, they're doing well as well, and shocking, yes, 71% of voters passed it for, it was by far over double of any of the other polling topics was for staff salaries and recruitment and retention. Second one, top one was like mental health supports for students or something. But I think what I've seen work, in other places, is we be able to say to voters like, we just made up numbers, $5 million coming in from the levy override. $3 million of it is going towards staff salaries, and then, $1 million going from impulsive for students, $1 million is going to, I don't know, whatever else you guys need. School buses, made up things, but with those like really concrete, like when we can market it to voters like that is what has worked, and also that is what has got that staff buy-in to be knocking doors and doing all of that groundwork. That is gonna make it successful. I think that we know, what happened in Aspen is, and Aspen knows that the polling showed that staff attracting, attention and retaining was the #1 issue. It's why they pulled on it. It's all over their news, it's all over their photos from passing their levy, and so I think it's really good that we're gonna make the concrete decision now, because staff are super betrayed in Aspen right now. And I don't know anything, but there's gonna be a lot of school districts, like I have 3 places that are gonna be running MLOs this upcoming fall. I think we are riding a little bit of like a blue wave right now, where we can like get that through. However, there might be other competing interests that are also going to be coming onto the ballot, so it's going like, that's just all the more reason that we have to be like super united around this, because I'm hearing about firefighters running certain tax measures and things like that, and like, we will lose this year to firefighters if they're running for us. With a red, okay, well, your firefighters are good, but I just think it'll be all the more important, because I think a lot of people are thinking that about running just right now.
Thank you for that update.
So I think that this is like a really good use of this representative body right now. What I would just ask everyone here, like imagine yourself going back, talking to the people in your building, like your friends in your building. And if you have reservations that you're gonna go tell them today or tomorrow, speak up right now. Like, what is the thing that is going to stop you from being in 100% support of this? Because we need all those doubts on the table, and we need to address them, because it's, if you are nodding your head right now, and going back later and saying a bad idea, you're not doing a good job representing right now. So use your voice and say, this is like what we're worried about. And because we want to leave this room, all of us go, here we go. Because and the reason I'm saying this is because the last one, it took a monumental effort. And it worked, and it was huge. I counted as one of our greatest, achievements as a body. Starting that idea here and spreading through the whole union, the whole community. But get ready, it's it's not easy, and but it's totally worth it. So if you're worried about something, please speak up.
Thank you, Jean.
I'm worried about things.
Yeah.
I think a lot of work has been done behind the just on everything that's sort of accumulated in the department, and it's kind of cleaning up and trying to figure out where all the fires are, regardless of what department or what girls. The first response I get in my school is really. Really, do you think it'll pass? And then the other thing, very quickly, the follow that I get is, why haven't they done this? Why haven't they done that way? And it's not necessarily because those financial tools or levers that we can pull are actually meaningful in the recurring long-term sense of it, but because those are, things that would make bridges and help repair a lot of hurt that's happened, right, for people in the community. So I think there's a lot of ways that that can be done, but the financial aspects of that are tangibly point to. I think, a lot of times it's really easy to forget that, I don't know if this is still a thing, but like the rule of 7, you need to see or hear a message on 7 different occasions before you even start to transfer short-term memory to your long-term memory. So if whatever actions are being done, you might have heard about it 6 times, but the people outside of this room have maybe heard of it 1 time. They've still got 6 more times that they need to hear about what if repair work has been going on in order to start to build it. So there's a foundational layer that I'm encountering when I have these conversations in my building. That needs some significant support overcoming. Before people are willing to, kind of put their hearts on display. Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm hearing very similar questions from members of my building. And I don't have a lot of answers, and I think it is a perception. And I don't know if it's just an ironic coincidence that both of our buildings are in Carbondale. I don't know if it's the perception that is here, or if there's cross pollination between people who work in our buildings. I don't know. I just know that some pause has been, like, every time I've presented it to anybody. There's just been a lot of questions, and a lot of them I should just write them all down, but there's more questions than I have answers. And it does feel like a perception problem, and it feels like a perception problem with the district. And it feels like harm has been done from your predecessor, and some serious financial decisions that were made by him. Whether it was regarding housing, how much ultimately he walked away from the district with. The idea that he also built all of these positions that are now baked into our budget. And that none of those positions are up for negotiation when we are losing 17 teachers in a pretty small district. There's a lot of concern that I think it's just like a lot of people who don't feel like they can trust what is being said is gonna happen with these monies is actually gonna happen. And so, I don't know, I appreciate you pushing that, Adam, but I can't speak for them, I can just say what conversations I've had. And there was enough questions that people posed to me that I feel like I don't know the answer to. That I would be one of those people that I'd be worried to go back and have those conversations, because again, I'm gonna have a ton of. And they've even posted to me, and I thought it was a really good point, what if you're going around knocking on people's doors and somebody asks you that, what are you gonna say? And I'm like, I don't know what I would say, but that's a little uncomfortable, to be in that position. Where this thing that you were, cause without us, I don't know, meaning for it to, it is about the district. This is about the district. And so I just think, yeah, and about the board. And I think that a lot of missteps have happened and not that long ago, and a lot of people here really remember it. We're just a very small community. And so it was. Enough harm was done that I think like we need to do some serious cleanup work. Within at least the Carbondale community for this to be something that. I could go and feel comfortable without having tons of questions I can't answer.
Thank you. Autumn and Lindsay, I think.
I also have I will just compare, I was on the committee last MLO to this one. And when we passed that last one, I just feel like we went into it already with a lot more support than we're having right now, like there's already letters to the paper against it, like on Friday, there was a letter to the editor. Against the MLO, so I guess I'm just feeling like at our initial starting point, it's just having a more negative community perception around it than we did with ours. I know what she's saying.
Yeah, no.
No, just encouraging this kind of feedback is super helpful. I mean, you're talking about brand management and the district has a lot of work to do there. So the more specific you get about the questions that you're hearing, without compromising, people's sense of safety and trust and whatnot, the better it's going to be for us and where we put our resources the next few months. We're still really early in the process. I think last time, as a resident teacher last time, I didn't hear about it until September. We were kind of did open the door publicly a bit sooner with this one, and maybe that was less that it wasn't completely vague. I think the idea was to build transparency in these groups and the community, and what we did was open the door, but then everybody comes through the door. So my encouragement from a comms perspective with my other hat on and my board hat on is the more you guys can send us when you have a pure question that you can't answer, like Carb said, like if you can't categorically express your support because of a tripping point, let us know what it is, and you've done a lot of work. Let us say what we need to say a few more times to get that message out there, but find a way to convey that to us and through whatever form feels safe and appropriate. It's like I really just try to listen to those things, and we need to make them.
Yeah, I think everything that is been said here is absolutely true. As far as like public and even classified and maybe and certainly certified perception of board in the district office over the course of the past 7 or so years. When we went into the last MLO, we had just actually a year preceding, it just changed FTE ratios to try to get teachers paid more money. At that time, our district office was running like when we compare our district office now to our district office 7 years ago, it was small, right? Even though student enrollment was higher. And those cumulative choices, right? The fact that we're sitting at a place now and our HR department has 5 or 6 people when it used to have 3. And our finance department has 9-ish people when we used to have 4. Right? Those choices like are not choices that are about what's happening in the classroom, though they are oftentimes about structural elements of our district. And that's really makes this. Because when we passed the last MLO, there was that promise. We were going to raise teacher salaries by 10%, just like Aspen said, and we did actually when you look at it. But then we flatlined after that because we started making other financial decisions every year after the MLO passed, right? To fund new programs or new positions that weren't necessarily in the classroom. And so it's not, I guess, thinking about it, maybe might not even just be enough to be like this percentage of the MLO the first year is going to go to teacher salaries, right? But something that is more like that protects the teachers when there is the inevitable change to district leadership, right? Because that's what happened to us. Past it, things were running smoothly, money was going where we promised taxpayers was going to go. And then we had a new superintendent come in. And even how that superintendent was hired alienated a whole bunch of people because it was such an insular process that had a community communication and participation in that particular choice. and absolutely teacher participation and voice in that process. And so we didn't have a lot of, I can only speak for me that who I talk to on a regular basis, but no one really felt that they had a lot of input about who our next superintendent was going to be. That person comes in and starts like cleaning shop. And they were getting rid of people we all knew, we all trusted, right? And we have never recovered from that choice. And I'll be clear, even in talking with certain board members, not one that's here, but that are still serving our board, they still defend that choice.
Yeah.
And that is where there is no trust, right?
But that's kind of in a figure
I know.
Thank you.
I think that's right, you say similar things to my confusion, like I look at that. If the board that was responsible for that hiring to be backing lack of day of Seuss was extremely imaging that has not been fixed. There is really no faith in board education right now. The people who I talk to who are not in education say, well, trying to tell us not really to say board, it's this about that, but there's very little faith, and I don't know how we together are gonna change that, it's change, but I think the headwinds, and I'm sure you felt that, they're fairly significant, but it really is, I work with a lot of parents, former parents, in another job, and they're always bringing up, is this board better? Yes, it was, how bad was that? Last one screwed terribly. Why were there no repercussions? Why wasn't it? So there's just, it's like the entire valley community, all people from every school, every town. Still bring that up, so how we do damage control, I don't know, but until that's fixed, I don't see. I would predict fairly sketchy. Out like a month's positive. Feel very, very ill at ease about the, I don't know.
I think it's totally possible. I think it's totally possible. I think about the 25% of right needs is what you need to the majority of our I think it's gonna need a lot of different little specific things, which me and my role, even in this room, they told me it's not like to make that. And that there has been, this is what it is, and that is a condition certain, right? Because it is so specific, like some of these things are so specific. But it's not necessarily because they are financially sustainable long-term things, but it's because they are about healing and reading bridges. I think about how kind of tribal our communities are. Well, that's the right how they how and in a good and in everything else from but how much we need that slow consensus in little groups before you take something further, right? You know, people interviewers to help forward. I think there's fully communication strategy, working strategies, like there are some tangibles that could help launch that very easily if we were actually allowed to have a conversation. 2 out of those 3 things we have to start. Right, and then anytime we make an apology as an adult, how much do you take it as I said I'm sorry? Versus I said I'm sorry, here's what I can do now, here's what I'm gonna do tomorrow, and here's what I'm gonna do forward. Right, some of it we can say, and we can do some of this now, some of these are repairs we can work on tomorrow if you're ready. And then some of them are gonna have to be, we hear that this is a pain point, this is not something we can right in a second, but we would love to keep working on it and hear you. I think there are gonna be things that have nothing to do with finance and salaries, that will also affect perception. Because whether research evidence, people, old line stamps, whatever it is, we work for people at the end of the day, right? And people have different egos about this, leadership positions, action positions, but and management team, things like that, but a lot of people work for the one person, right? Or they work with a person of people. And there has to be a little bit of a message around it to us, as it may be, but it can be really positive.
I heard Jean's along, I wanna say, and I don't, this is also not like, I don't know if this is really what you want right now, see, but I feel like. It would be really helpful, I think, for you guys as like board and to be like in schools talking to teachers sooner rather than later about this, because I feel like. Yeah, this idea that there's like already a negative perspective is really, I think, because people just don't know, so they're just forming a completely like. Unfounded opinion about, like, it's really undecided what's gonna happen, so how can you already have an opinion, but people are gonna have an opinion, they're sharing it. So I think, and then like, I don't really feel like. Teachers are gonna necessarily be on board just because I think it sounds to me like the lack of trust is at the district level, so I think they need to hear more directly from you guys. Sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
I have two thoughts. One is that I think there's, and I share this, and I think after the presentation, the community presentation, so I think it's really clear that we clarified to the community that the reason we're asking for this MLO is not because of all the other fuck ups, right? But because of this state funding adjustment, right? And because of, no, I'm not gonna get into it, but like, the state is now giving us less money because of blah, 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 and so then to get back to the words, right? Right, but to get back to where we want to be able to support our students and to have, right, the staff we want, to be able to pay staff the way that we want to, we need to close that gap, right? So it's not from any of the other bullshit, but it's because of this, right? And I think there's a piece of, we are prioritizing staff salaries, and one way we can show that is, and especially when we talk to teachers, the outcome from our vote at 140 today, right? Although, and I don't even think I would say although, right, like, we are optimistic that we will have 1.1 billion in recurring funds available. Although that is based upon predictions and not necessarily like actual numbers. Because we think increasing staff salaries is important for recruitment and retention and having a high quality, right? Like, all of that, we are committed to putting that into our salary schedules for next year, right? So like, we're already making steps to that, it's just not as much money as we want. And so I think there's a piece of taking the action that we can, communicating that out will also be helpful, and we'll feel better that we don't have any money to put in the salaries and we're waiting till October.
I don't know if we're legally allowed to say, but we have a staff member who's come back now to help us, we have to be them. But the fact that this community backed that person in a pretty bad time for that, and what he since did. If it came out that that person felt confident in the district to come back and support us, I think that's something we really are allowed to say. Who that is and the other communities, I think that would help in terms of the trust situation. But I think a big issue right now in getting teachers involved is what just happened in Aspen, and the lack of trust in this district. So we left this meeting today, the solid percentage that this is what's going in. We'll figure out the salary schedule part of it, like where it goes in the salary schedule. We as a district are committed to X% are going. Of these funds, we have an MOU ready, a legally binding contract. I think that you're gonna start getting teachers to start coming that for you, but until there is something that is black and white. That we know we hold some validity in. I think it's gonna be harder to get people, especially with our lack of trust already here, and then what just happened. So you've got a double-edged sword on your plate, now unfortunately.
That is pretty much what I was thinking, and I think that we're. Going back to my culturally blunt thing from this morning, I just feel like we're kind of skating around this like. Overall, right now, in the public eye, we're not doing very well as a district, as a board, as district staff. What we do know does really well in the public eye is teachers. Teachers who you see, who you know, who walk your kid out of school every day. We need to have it in writing. We need to just say, this is what's gonna happen, this is how much percentage we are going to give to X, Y, and Z. And have it just leave it. We're avoiding the whole ask and fiasco, we can even say, we're not gonna play that game. We care about our staff, we care about this. These are our goals, this is how we're gonna get to the goals. We need this money because we can see that we're in a declining enrollment place. This is not because of mismanagement. We've already solved what used to be the problem. It is no longer a problem, but now we're looking at our future and we want our teachers to stay here. This is how we're gonna do it. I think that it's just clear as day that we just have to say, this is what we are working towards. This is how we're gonna work towards it. Hello, public, we are not risking all this money. We're not gonna put it somewhere where you don't want another superintendent house. You know, like, this is where it's gonna go. And then people are gonna be like, oh, it's gonna go to Miss blah, blah, blah. That takes care of my Timmy every day. And then we're good. Then we have an opportunity to get to where we need to get to. But I don't think that we're gonna get there unless we show that we're also ready to put our hands in the fire and we know exactly what we need to do. There can't be any ambiguity.
Maybe, no, Adam, didn't.
I was trying to respond to, like, I appreciate all these voices coming out, it's really cool hearing the path of this rhetoric, because it starts with, yeah, it's dark. Then, and I like, you know, your thought maybe that it's not really, like, we do have to focus on the message of what it's actually for, and so I think, like, going back all the way to your comment, Alicia, it's like, maybe the move is that we don't need to address every single one of those little questions about the past. Because the past is over. And this is a new phase, and that sucks. But thank God we don't have those people are not here anymore, and we can do things different. And just to build on kind of your ideas, Stephanie, like, I almost feel like our not just a percentage, but an actual number, like an actual dollar amount, because if we can forecast the dollar amount that the MLO will bring in, I think that people will respond more to this is $2.5 million get, you know, put into teachers rather than 60%. It just sounds more powerful with money figure, but I think this is cool. Like, this is exactly what my first question was asking about, because we need to figure out what we want to say, and I think we just did. Like, I think we just figured out what we need to talk about, and also what we need to stop talking about.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Do we know for sure with the levy and the exact amount of money, or will it be a rating?
That was ranked, it's based on enrollment, right?
So isn't it safer to go with the percentage?
It is,
dollar?
I think Adam's saying two different things.
Okay.
Certainly a percentage for the purposes of this group, but we could always translate that percentage to a dollar figure and a paraphernalia.
Well, if we have the two, like, what Christie was proposing when we actually published the possible new salary schedule, then we would know how much each teacher. could-
Initially, yeah, and that we did that, just to be clear, when in the Rob Stein era, we published exactly how much we were gonna have our salary schedule go up,
Yeah.
right? The problem was, he left and
Yeah, yeah.
with him left the commitment to
Yeah.
continue investing monies in that particular. But yeah, I don't know, to me, it's safer to kind of go from, because we don't know the actual number, because it will go up and down based off of.
Well, I think.
Honestly,
Agreement.
yeah.
We said.
Yeah, so I think that's probably.
Yeah, this is so interesting, I would just correct Adam, like, all the little things that still need to be addressed, I totally agree with you, like, for the purpose of the MLO, what can we say, sing and win? And still need to fix those things, like, we're still gonna talk about schools, staffing, DO staffing issues like that, I feel an obligation to keep solving these things, whether or not we need to do that in public, I think that's really, so I don't want us to lose sight of those other issues. And I think it's really important that I think that there's also, given everything that's said, provides a really interesting opportunity for the board to get on board and show staff, like. You know, if we can agree on this is where how the MLO should shake out and the board can find us with fervor, I think it's a good step in demonstrating the value. I mean, I would mean right now, the current thinking, when we said staff salaries, recruitment retention, just like mocked up a current thinking on this. Is something, right, we're kind of our best guess right now, is to generate about 5 million. You have to skim off the charters right away, so that goes to 4.5. And when we looked at it, then we're looking at current thinking, would love to see how that feels with this group. Like, you know, if nothing were to happen between now and the 29th, I think would probably bring to the board on my current thinking, again, this is why we're here, this is why we talk about, I don't know if it resonates. I know the recruitment and retention piece is important to the board. We've mocked that up. What would be reasonable? What would that look like? We're talking H-1B visa dollars, we're talking employee opportunity fund dollars. Around 400 to 500,000, and the remainder of those dollars to staff salaries. So that's about, you run it out through percentages. I don't know what the charters do with their dollars, but if what for schools non-charters would get, that's about 10 to 12% for staff recruitment and retention, 88%-ish to staff salaries, or about 4.1 to staff salaries and 400,000 to 500,000 staff recruitment retention numbers. So I don't know if that feels, I don't know how that feels, like, but that's kind of, and what I'm hoping to do is to bring the board along to say, yep, let's not add other things to that.
I guess one of the thoughts that I had. There is value in like naming a percentage, committing to it, whatever that looks like, right, like staff salaries will increase by this much, and then I think there's probably an important piece, to go back to what Charlie was saying, in terms of like historical context, when we passed our previous mill levy override, of like prioritizing, like in future years, prioritizing maintaining the staff salary schedule in a way that is competitive and keeps pace with inflation, right? And so that it's not like, oh, we have these additional dollars. What do we want to do with them? But then we are saying the first priority with those additional dollars in the future will be maintaining the competitiveness of our salary schedule, so we're in the top third, and trying to maintain, make sure our salary schedules are keeping up with inflation. Can we actually like name that will be prioritized year after year when we're looking at this?
Thank you, Lindsay.
Well, maybe I'll actually assess the curriculum when we can get through a possible breakdown, so when my classes, so those have their thoughts on that.
Okay, I'm not sure, I think it was.
I'm the last one on.
I understand, the board's need for recruitment in there, I would work really hard on my phrasing of recruitment when we're sitting with staff. On getting cost of living increases every year. It doesn't go good to them, you're like, we're laying all these teachers, I can't get paid what I need to get paid, and yet you're out like actively recruiting other staff, and I know it's for. Often for harmful positions, I understand that, but I will be very cautious and very explicit on. The reasoning why the recruitment is so important to report, because that's a slap in the face to a lot of teachers versus.
Thank you, Jean.
I agree with so much more, like the financial numbers, I want to offer possible understory that maybe hasn't been named. Like, yes, parents think our schools are terrible, next week was get that. Website that the survey, TLCC, not TLCC, the Magellan studies and TEI. Over at some EI do not sit well on that, people on that statewide, they don't stay over, okay. But I think that there's an understory in the past 2 years that, yes, it's really important to have lenses and frameworks to talk about. This amount of money is gonna let this teacher, that's 24 scissors and 1,000 scissors. You know, translating that to real terms is always very important. What I feel like is really missing is, and we're dancing around it, is kind of the heartbreak of the last few years. It's not, this is a financial decision. It is sort of like a genuine feeling of the community isn't what it was, and people have no control anymore. And so if there's one thing they can't control is they can say no. Right, it's top down, it's not collaborative. Just absolute sense of that on apart, and that I think is sort of translating into some of the other areas of discourse around. I feel like so we can do all this and it can be fabulous, and I agree. And if we don't address that a little bit, it doesn't have to be a lot, it doesn't have to take, if you're smart about it. Which is really possible, it will really help.
Thank you. Theo and then, Bishop.
I think we also have to address another elephant in the room that I've heard from watching some of the MLL committees. And I've heard from people in the community just in general, but also when we say staff. You know, we hear it all the time. And I've heard it countless of times, not just from teachers, but from like parents. Well, so-and-so doesn't need an increase because they're making 6 figures. I tend to agree personally. We're trying to get a livable wage for the people who are not getting a livable wage. So I think we even have to be more specific than just that.
Last question I had, I said whose salaries, who time?
Yeah, it just makes me think of a lot of what's happening with rural politics a little bit now. Is like they've shown like with how people vote, which this is something you vote on, right? That it isn't about data. And so like you can't win it with logic. A lot of the research is showing right now, it's about feelings. And so I guess that would be the thing like that I think would go a far way. I don't know. It's been since right after I moved here within my first 2 years at Roy Ford, we had a principal decision that the people in the community really did not agree with. They made it known, there was even gonna be walkouts, all this, yeah, Adam's fully aware of all this. He lived the life, after it fell apart, which it did, with the hire that they made, that was different than what the community really had articulated they wanted. There was some restorative work that was done. And, you know, they brought in an outside firm and stuff, and some people were like, oh, this is so foo-foo, but I also think there was a lot of growth that came from that with our staff. And so I really wouldn't think that that would be a bad route to go, would be, cause again, we're talking about feelings, and this is harm. And you know, restorative conversations when done right, which I think a lot in our district aren't done right. Do restore, they restore trust, they, you know, they admit that there was harm done. And so I feel like the ownership piece is kind of where. So I would say a restorative conversation's a really good start. Community based maybe, and then another thing that would be beneficial would be an agreement, whether it is an MOU or whatever, that like some of these things, these harms that were done financially with the mill levy are gonna be reevaluated. That the positions that were created due to the mill levy, I mean, due to the superintendent who's no longer here, can be discussed and really like evaluated. Cause I feel like right now, it's just been black and white, it's just built into our strategic plan, no, we can't talk about this. And so I think that that's also where it's like, well. That's where a lot of teachers then show, like the TLCC survey. The leadership ratings are pretty low. On the TLCC survey. Leadership in buildings and then also leadership per district level. And I think that that's something that we definitely.
I think there are no pockets of that happening in both of the across the district.
Lindsay, are you okay if Jason goes?
Yeah, totally. I'm hoping maybe gathering the thoughts I've heard.
Okay.
Spend some time for the next agenda.
I can be done, obviously, I need to be.
Thank you, Jason.
I was newer to the district the last time we did. This, but I do recall. Rob and staff coming into our building at the Salt High School and having a talk with staff. To understand how to get this through. And I feel that as we go around in circles about all these ideas. Truly the best way to get the communication is to be in front of the people who are going to support our message going forward. And I agree, like, these are challenging times, but if we are all on the same page, and if I believe Anna. Has a similar type of situation where she and board members go in front of staff to hear from them and hear thoughts. It will go a long way. And I trust that that might be the path she might go down. Just thinking, because it was effective and it was able to be heard. So just think, yeah, like to board and make to hear that and realize that that is a path they can go.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, this has all been super helpful. So I just recapping some of the things I heard. One, Jason just mentioned it as key stakeholder outreach around some of that nuanced conversation. And I think that is something I would support, obviously, staff to schedule that, but please book me whenever you need me. I would love to spend that as well. You're talking, and these are things I'm trying to clarify, so communicating with other board members, these clear goals, tied in a strategic plan, but with like, here's how it's gonna get us here. A big emphasis on there being some kind of continuity for this fund allocation between changing administrations. And being really transparent about how that would be done potentially. Identifying which staff salary we're talking about, and then really clear about the percentage allocation for salaries versus recruitment and retention of our existing staff. And so those are some really high points, I'm open to more, I know Anna's open to more, Emerald has a lot to do, our work session on the 29th. We'll hopefully bring the board together around these specifics and we can then take it back out to the community into the buildings. But again, I think my hope is that. Well, I'll leave it there. This is a lot to do and it's gonna be something we can build consensus around and I am actually very hopeful for it. When you look at the polling numbers, okay, fine, half the state's gonna be on fire, so firefighters will be more popular this summer, I understand that. But I think you're 100% right, when we believe in our teachers, our community relates to our teachers. So the closer we can tie this to the value it brings to the people in the classroom, we talk to the kids every day, the better it's gonna be. We also need to keep a little bit of an eye on how we maintain health of that body, of the folks who are in the classroom, how they represent our back to them. And so I think there's a strong support for that. I'm open to lots of feedback. Reach out to me and any board members as this moves on.
Thank you. Charlie?
Just before we kind of, because I think we probably should talk about a percentage here. And before we kind of go there, I just want to kind of highlight some numbers for our salaries to match just the average salary in the state of Colorado. We have to invest $2.3 million into our salaries to match Summit, right? And they were in the middle of our comparable districts. It would cost $4.4 million. So that is the entirety of the MLO to get in the middle of our comparables, just to be clear. So is this, and I pointed out, it's not gonna be enough, but it should kind of inform when we're thinking about a percentage here. How much do we need to kind of allocate? The answer is as much as we possibly can, because it's going to take more than this mill levy can even offer.
Great, thank you. Thanks for all your sharing on that. Is that all for the MLO or is there something else that specifically needs to be done?
I just think that I mean, it sounds like everything that I've heard is that we need to come up with some sort of percentage with this team today. That was a really great outcome.
As a recommendation.
As a recommendation, yeah. So we really all have an understanding in this room, so we don't get back into that Aspen space. Because we've heard it, but then have we done anything with it? And we have we hear this.
The percentages.
Totally.
I know, see and I wanna clarify that, yes, absolutely, when I'm saying staff, I would assume, like, you can make this clear, that we're not counting seniors for all obvious reasons. We did it in the last MLO, and that was the, saying not, exact team is not part of this. Because people, it's not. And then we're talking about non-exec team staff. So I want to make sure that that feels, and I also staff, that's not being worked on, that it's not good. So Christy, I was running through kind of like current back of napkin estimates that 5 million-ish, 500,000 gets taken off for charters. I've been thinking of somewhere in a 400,000 to 500,000 in terms of staff recruitment or retention numbers. Big investments and good opportunity fund that thing. Which would be then for 4.1 million for staff, not executive salaries and benefits or recommend. So I think, does that sound it? And so then when based on those numbers and I ran what percentages, it was like, take the charters out of it, of what first source would get, it's like 11% staff recruitment retention, so 89% staff salaries. Ish, but that's like back and starting in place, and I'm naming that as a way to try to bring board interest on strategic plan along with the staff recruitment retention, but still keep it focused on our staff. But then the vast majority is going to salaries, and we could certainly talk through of that 88%, 89%, what portion then goes classified, certified. Right?
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely 100% correct. The only thing I would say Is that 4.1 million, which is the number that we're starting from here. Is fungible, and what I mean by that is that there are so many things that can change how much funding we have. If we get another charter school, that funding drops for us, and it goes up for the charter schools. If we lower our student count, that reduces our maximum that we can actually get on the Olympic line. So there's a lot, I mean, so that's plus or minus 150,000. That's what I would say is the range, but, so I just would want to state that. So that it really makes sure that everybody is on the same page as far as why that can change, and then we would have to make sure to explain any change. Okay.
Charlotte?
Oh, sorry, I didn't take it down. I think the only thing we haven't really talked about then is if it is 89 to 90% that's going to staff salaries, what is the percentage breakdown of that? Right? Any thoughts?
So our conversation is the one we just had for Curry, off of the same rationale, sorry, it's around 61%. As a current date.
So just, okay, so
Just
then
start
this
somewhere,
entire
really.
term, right, we would be getting as like certified, we'd be getting less than 60% of the entire amount.
Because of that point, we're
Yes.
at like 10%.
Correct. Like 400, 500.
I mean. H1B visas only go certified staff. We invest those dollars, so we don't use that for classified or administrators. Employee opportunity funds.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but when we start kind of carving things out like that, it's the same exact practice we engaged in when we started having staff house. Right, when we started having daycare for certain staff members, we start privileging certain classes of certified staff. Right, and then suddenly the people we're angry at aren't people for work. It's dysfunctional illegal bars. But I also point out, like, if we take 0.6% of 4 million, it's gonna be barely enough to get us to that.
Is it or it could be the 600,000 that we're paying this year?
Every school district is going to be putting at least that into their salary schedule. We're just doing that to maintain our place.
Yeah.
We haven't been doing that, which is why we've been going down in our comparables for the last 3 years.
%, is because 61% of the employees are certified, is that?
No, 61% of the salaries are certified, salaries and benefits, salaries.
61% of the total amount we spend on salaries and benefits is certified.
Right. But if we exclude the exec team, shouldn't that number be higher?
It'll look exploded.
The exec team, like this, like what, 80? 95? Yeah. Yes, yes.
And even if an executive member has a certificate, they are not, it did not. No more class.
They are.
It seems like you need a spreadsheet. You're gonna get real value here. I'll be specific, you're gonna eliminate those exact people. Otherwise, I'm just guessing it's fine, but the specific you wanna get.
I mean, I think that the. Obviously, like, we're gonna sit down, like, do a bunch of salaries like forward. In the month, weeks. To get like specific, I think right now. Probably just. Need to have some discussion around. And I mean, I don't know, I think maybe we probably need to talk as a team about what we. We need to talk as a team about what we think is good. Rationale for that. Bio. So maybe like a food pockets.
We definitely need to do bio. I guess I'm just curious, how detailed are we getting here at this? Table or- So,
How big,
yeah, I just. Detail or all laid out. Yeah, yeah.
how long can you all do for it?
I say that, oh my God. So how about it's 2:51? I wanna try and connect again at 3:10, 3:15. You can take a 5-minute bio break, or almost take a sit there or something.
3:05, I like it.
Okay, let's shoot for 3:05, try and connect again, okay? So do your bio break, I appreciate that terminology.
It's funny. Maybe she's.
Yeah.
No,
What's up, man? Not that long, smaller. Okay, so. And then let's go downstairs. Ready to.
Hey, Amy, come here for a second. I could have been screwing this up all along. I've been just turning the video and the audio back on. It says recording paused. And I never pressed that button. I'm afraid it's paused for this whole afternoon. Nothing's been going on. It's a free button. I think that's just recording, so it maybe still was presenting, it just wasn't recording. All right, then let's get ourselves back on here. Our goal now is just to try to get some set up percentages for so they can be beat and then move forward from there. Okay, so who wants to start? What do we have? How do we go about this?
Should I start? I can start. So we were talking, and I think the consensus amongst our group of teachers was that $2.3 million is gonna really move the needle in a significant way as far as like rallying support in my school behind this, getting people to actually go out and like publicly support the MLO, to kind of decrease animus and disenfranchisement. And importantly, when we look at our general budget as well, like I just feel like a lot of those, it's not gonna actually kind of keep the investment in certified salaries in the same place that it's occupied right now. Right, because we're gonna be putting some of the money in recruitment and retention. But if we took just the 61% of the entire 4.5, we get to 3 million. And I think there's a number that I think would be easier to sell just because it's a bigger number to teachers and our community as far as going into the pockets of people who are teachers for the most part.
Well, I think also, I mean, ideally, we wanna be average. Or state average, but to do that, Charlie, we take all the entire MLO.
The entire MLO is what it would take to get into the average of our cohort of the highest cost.
The end of that is not. So that's why we put that as 2% of the entire. So that's roughly 66.7% of the 4.5. That's what I'm calculating. It's about 67%.
Sorry, I was doing by not total, but
Can you say that again, sorry?
yeah, even that's, it's not a huge number. Christie's saying it'd be 2.75 million essentially.
461 of the entire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which. Just to, if you allocated 400,000 to retention and recruitment, it would be 67% of the 4.1.
Which is the whole.
61% of the whole of 4.5 is the same thing as 67% of the 4.1. That makes sense. Yep. That is correct. Just as a like, if I'm trying. If 400,000 comes off the top for retention and recruitment, then how do you get that same 2.75 million, 2.75? And the answer would be 67% of 4.1 million.
And 33% for classified.
Yes.
So to the 100%.
If we take 400,000 off the 4.5 million. Right, then the 4.1 million to maintain 2.75 million. That was the 61 of 4.5 million, it would be 67% for certified and 33% for classified.
that make sense on?
I'm gonna saw like 67.
Okay, like 6, 7, yeah.
Knew it was coming.
Oh, yeah. Wow. That's what matters.
Can I restate that? So what you're saying is that if we, I don't know how not, I think, as we all know, ultimately, this is a recommendation to the board.
Yes.
I think it's gonna be really important for us to have dollars for recruitment and retention tied to the strategic plan initiatives to bring the board along. And I worry about getting their full support about that. So if we take the 4.5, we take that down to 4.5. 3 million of that, which become, that leaves that just lost in the percentages. So if you were break down the whole year, still like 10%.
I know, I get it.
It's that, it's exciting.
Does that make you get what I'm saying? Is that okay?
About to have that,
That's gonna help.
Great. This have a clarifying question, you've noticed in recruitment and retention, isn't that just for salaries the same thing? Like, what is the separate definition you have?
Great question, great question. I would say that the recruitment and retention are dollars would be allocated to initiatives and strategic plans that are meant to overall support and sustain a high quality staff, reflects the diversity of kids we serve. And so some of the things that we're investing in that to be investing in is continuing to support and sustain the dollars we invest in H1B piece of the program so that if staff reflect that really great diversity of our kids, will be that we invest in, continue to invest in the employee opportunity fund, which provides like scholarships and dollars to staff who work for us. They're trying to move up to other positions. So we see teachers who are working on master's degrees and certifications applying for that. We see paraprofessionals or the childhood educators who are working on bachelor's degrees applying for that. So it would be dollars to those things that are tied to those strategic plan initiatives. So I think that those dollars in my conversations would be important that something's happening there to get their support. I feel like we're trying to, I feel like it's kind of put enough in there to bring people in. And so I'm just trying to wrap that around. We're still make sure we have dollars to recruit the retention. The proposal that Charlie just put forward to teachers, what is that?
No, when I was working on 5 seconds, my bad.
Right. So what Charlie brought in essence is 2.75 million in teachers. Right?
Yep.
Of the 4.5, 61% of that is 2.75. So you're saying we should put 2.75 million to teachers. Okay. I don't wanna say you, but right, like sure, there's an if we're advocating for 400K to go to recruitment and retention. Then to keep 2.75 million to go to certified, that means of the 4.1, 67% of that would go to certified. And then that would leave 33% of it to go to classified. So that if I added those numbers up and I did my math correctly, I would get to 4.5.
No, you have to drop 4.1 million. Classified goes to 30%.
No, that's correct, cause
67% of the 4.1, not 67. 67% of 4.1 is the same as 61% of 4.5.
Okay. That's like 5 cents. Okay.
So that's like yeah, I 0.61% of 4.5 is equal to 67% of 4.1.
Okay, now we wanna know why you didn't have so just an for money. Well, that's what Christy does. Christy, why you couldn't have for million instead of just an
It's a,
Oh, millions is MM?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But I abbreviated it to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, we're trying to figure out this, but also.
We're good.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, like, if we're gonna, our stated goal at the beginning of this whole process in the fall was to try to get us at least into a competitive phase amongst our cohort. Right, I'm telling you, like, right now, that's about $4.4 additional million we have to invest in the salary schedule. Even with this mill levy, we are still looking at 16 to 17 positions. In our district, we have to eliminate and then reinvest that money into our salary schedule just to get where we articulated our interest at the beginning. Right, that's why we started talking about FTE ratios and district staff levels. Right, it's not possible to get there through the MLO alone. We can adjust these numbers. But what that means ultimately is there's just more positions that we're gonna have to kind of put on the axe and we're gonna try to get to a competitive approach.
Is it worse? Just putting the numbers here, like, would we do 61% to certify of this?
That's 671,000.
671.
671, yeah.
61%. 671. Okay.
And why is this the Tabor amendment thing still going on? Work on that.
The ballot
Yeah,
initiative. Yes, it hasn't been heard yet, but we have, I have every confidence that it's going, so yes.
that has the potential to add to this in a small way, no?
Not this next year.
It's several years out, and
Okay.
to be clear, when that happens, it happens to every school in the district in the entire state universally, so they will all be moving their salary schedule.
Right,
We still.
thank you.
Yeah.
So proportionally, it's.
Yeah.
Yeah,
When we're talking about these like getting competitive, we've always heard district doing MLOs. This is a really negative sounding question. Is the bar just gonna keep going up?
As long as Colorado doesn't match on state funding and support public education adequately, it'll just be.
I mean, as long as we don't have the tax revenue to properly fund our public schools, like, yes,
This is-
until paper ends, yes. No, it doesn't, and we're not even at adequate funding, we're just trying to fund this phase in of this funding formula that is not adequate.
Create a new funding formula, they can't even fund their own formula.
Yeah, that isn't even adequate. Just like, again,
Adequacy studies, just. You know, I don't know.
Here's the middle finger to all of us, you guys actually deserve $4.4 billion more dollars, but we can give it to you, so you know, continue.
I mean, it took a lot for them to say that out loud.
Yeah, you're not right.
Very something.
That's a lot.
So, I don't know, to me, like, how we kind of think about the MLO. What that percentage is. Isn't as important as the commitment to actually getting that monies to get us into kind of the middle of our comparison districts and the highest cost of living districts in the state. And it's just a question of what you find more palatable, right? Do you find it more palatable to kind of put this percentage out there and sell it to people, and then have to still get rid of what, 15-ish positions, or do you want to have the number look different? Like at a lower number going to certified staff, and then the number of people that are gonna have to get the X is gonna be even higher. To get to that $4.4 million, right?
And I'm gonna throw out, just so that we don't forget, right, like there is a piece of. 1.3, right, that. We don't. I guess that's one time.
It's one time, so we
Yeah.
can't really commit it to a salary.
And I did use 1.117, just to get like,
Yeah,
that's.
the max, if you're maxing it out.
But I did, well, I did round.
So this.
So comments, questions, dialogue around this, is this something that we work with, or does it not allow the school board to meet the goals that they have? Anna?
Yeah. I think the point you're making, Charlie, is so important, and it's that theme that I think we've had all day, which is like. We have no silver bullet solutions here to get what we're trying to come, and it's why we've gotta be doing this work, it's why we have to make sure that like staffing levels work continues with accountability, that I know it's on our list, running out of time. But that, you know, we're gonna need lots of solutions in lots of ways, that even this gigantic dollars doesn't get us where we need to be, and there's still a lot of hard work ahead. I hear you, Charlie, on it's almost semantics, it's like, you know, we might solve one problem, and then we might solve a little bit, how they do want the other one. I think you're spot on, and I think all, you know, what I'm grappling with a little bit right now is because I think you're right, it is, like, are we talking about 16 positions, or are we talking about 9? You know, and then how many do we have to address across the district, just for whatever number of kids we lose? So I do think it's that where I'm stuck is just the like, what do we say to classified, and how do we get them as equally as on board to door knock on this, and does that feel good to them? And I don't know, but I'm just sitting with the like, how do we make this right by everybody and feel like everyone's appreciated and valued and continue to do all the other things.
What are the classified comps look like?
That is a good question. The classified comps are close. There are some really sticky areas that are quite far.
And how much would it take for those to get closer to?
Well, and I think that's right, like I brought up that question, so I was talking about the allocation of the 1.1, right? I think that that's an important question of. What is it? I think there's the sticky positions of like. Where are we at with comps? And what does it take, right? And if. I guess I don't feel like I know, right, but if our certified salary schedule is far behind our comps. And our classified positions are not behind comps. Does it look like an even split?
Christie?
You know, the other thing is as we're moving that, right, quartile and certified, I'm gonna bring this up again. Is that we need to consider being comfortable on our steps on average with certified employees. So that we don't get into the situation of continually providing additional funding on a recurring basis, on a regular basis, and on a ongoing basis. To certified and classified, it is just something that probably won't sit well. So the comps is one part of the conversation, and then there's this equitable part of the conversation, and then there's the inflation part of the conversation. So there's 3 components that I think, and then there's actually for this, what I heard from classified, and I'm not trying to speak for them, but I've also heard they also want to look at something similar to lanes and looking at how they get to some sort of a curve for themselves, so they have their goals that way also. And just as a note, going from 61% to the 67%, that would yield on probably 233,000 more certified, and that much the same last one for classified 230. So 234 should round a little bit up because it is higher.
It's interesting to me that 400,000 is completely split from the like competitive conversation, and I'm curious. when we're talking about paying for visas, when we're talking about paying for continuing education, like how much of a benefit do certified staff have that financially, how much of a benefit classified staff financially? Is that roughly 60-30? I know that doesn't make a lot of. And is that something that like, if we were full certified staff, would they say that's worth the 250,000, 60% of 400K? Like, are people getting a benefit? It's really awesome, sound perfect, and are people feeling the benefit from it?
Yeah, it's a good question, Kendall. I think, one, we have more certified staff. And then classified for sharing some work that done to help classified staff, school staff, paraprofessionals, folks like that, so to imagine some pathways to certified worlds. That's something I'm interested in doing, because I do have these metrics that I'm trying to look on to get our staff or reflected on that demographic breakdown of our students. And you know, do people find it worth it? You know, that's just like such an interesting question, because some people are getting this money and I'm sure they find it incredibly worthwhile, and some people wouldn't even know what you're talking about. And so that is that challenging question to answer.
Right, I'm certified, more certified staff, I use advantage of it.
I would be interested in seeing the stats too for how many of the 17 teachers we are losing fit in that category. So I think a high percentage is from high school. Of the
I am wondering less about if this is like, it is okay not to feel like super confident in it. I think it's also okay to be like, we're not super confident. As we proceed with this, we can start to see where there are some gaps, right? If you want to do start. And you know, to start somewhere and then like, okay, this is gonna be over here. I feel like that's the best instead of. And then whatever opportunities that opens to, for other groups and other decisions to be made, not for me to free them, I, you know. Can we proceed? Can we have a backup plan? If it's not us, we believe in our ability to come up with that.
Just curious, too, and this is just a way to get there. I understand this is part of the available funding, is shifting the salary schedule for certified. And I just wanna make sure that that is also something that we're gonna be talking about as we are looking at altering the salary schedule. Is the lanes, there's too many lanes. I mean, there's just too many, and that could yield a little bit more funding for us, and as we alter those salary schedules, and I don't know what's gonna happen with certified speed. I mean, but I think that there is a lot of room there that we can massage those to get to a better answer than where we're at. So just something else, it's not to say that we should put less money into it, but just something to consider.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where we can make a vote here, both board.
I just wanted to understand what you just said, Chrissy, about how that would feel more.
It's a great question. So as you change the salary schedule, is that what I heard from this group previously was that one of the interests is potentially condensing it so that there's fewer lanes. So you don't have like 20 lanes or whatever it is over that side, and then you move those people back here, and then those people stay frozen, which doesn't yield any savings up front. But then as the new people come on and as the salary schedule, the new salary schedule takes hold, there will be savings in that if you do take those things off, yes.
So are we close to comfortable on these numbers, or are these out of whack and not valid and not appropriate for everybody, you know?
I mean, I just want to be, so I don't know, like Christine, if you have thoughts on this, but I think the question that I hadn't thought about is how far off are classified roads? You know, like I have in the hot spots, but I think it's a really fair push, because I'm thinking about this of like, what's fair or off, right? But when I do, I don't know, I know better because this group has been talking about it, where holistically we are far behind. And I know, what I think I know from the classified comps is there are some specific groups that are right. And so actually this, you know, my, that is a different perspective, and I'm very open to rolling forward on this, unless you both feel like we're missing something, because I think that's a really fair push. I think you have to really explain it differently. You know, the intention here is around comps, it's not around breaking a pie, just. Do you know what I'm saying? And which I also think is a different, you know, we did something different on the one. Which felt more like splitting it up, kind of based on historic practices and numbers. So I think that is a more. I guess we're just leaving that, so I don't have sense of that, but I didn't say anything.
So I'm saying a new lens to look at for meeting, right? IBB and some of our lowest paid employees earning annual salary of less than $31,000 a year. And if we're talking about a living wage, it's the monthly comps. Don't want to forget those people as well, like that's what. So it might a little, but it is a compelling, it is for sure.
I mean, if we're truly worried about a living wage, should we all be making the exact same wage so we all get closer to that living wage number? I'm just saying, like, if that is our concern, like, but it's not, I mean, like, that's not a realistic kind of choice we're gonna collectively make.
I do, it was you know, I'm just. I don't know, we have some, they are looking folks who are. Whatever, you know.
We just know.
Hey.
Sorry. I was just gonna go like a snarky little rabbit hole, which is like Stephanie and I worked on months ago. This like fair wage blueprint that was trying to set a conceptual goal of what we were trying to do, and I do think, even to your point previously, Megan, like we should set a goal of what we're trying to staff salaries and then drive our decisions around that. I just want to name that, like, I do think at some point we can afford to do like time to do it, that work was meaningful, and when we look at it, like, this is good, like, we should do something like this could live beyond all of us.
I think what I was wondering, right, was a piece around. Right, and it's, I have no idea what the numbers are in terms of. Classified, what it takes to get people to demonstrate, but I think there's a piece of. I almost wonder if it's not actually agreement on percentages or agreement on numbers, right, but agreement on like. Process of getting. And maybe we do just agree to the percentages for the 1.1, but right, like. Comps and then inflation, right, so like. If this 436 get us to where we need to be with comps for the groups and classified to the point where classified is. Pretty close on their comps, and then. What does appropriate inflation look like in their salary schedules, right? I mean, like. And then what I hear, the certified is that they're below. And we're not keeping up with inflation, right? And so, is there a way to. Like. I don't know, prioritize comps and then prioritize. inflation and trying to like move forward with both of those as we being that, right? So it wouldn't be like, oh, they're good with their comps, so now they get nothing, but right, they do have to make sure that we are maintaining with inflation and continue to grow. And then
No, I was making, you're right, you're good to call me out, that hit her.
I think that, if we're looking at an inflationary number of 3 to 3.5%, and we're looking at trying to fix the salary schedule, we're looking at much higher. Get much higher number. And then the other thing is that the challenge that we have here is that we're trying to negotiate for one group. That there's another whole group that is not at the table that their voices in silence, and so. Well, that's it. You know, I mean, yeah. I thought it was. Yeah, including admin. Sometimes, but yeah, you know, I don't know if just, I mean, I've heard that a lot of the priority was for classified as making sure we were on comps. That was a big one of their large, but they have a lot more conversation. And I would just hate to like a very for less than their salaries. You know. And I just, you know, I mean. Is there a way we can, I understand the push for getting higher than 61% because of this issue that hasn't been addressed for probably a decade. I mean, I'm just guessing, but just hearing everybody, that there seems to be a really big need to really look at that bottom right quartile, so I think that maybe there's some way we can move. You know, above that 61% while still trying to be a bit more equitable with the classified staff and not presume what they're gonna, and already spend their money for that without the minimum. Well, I mean, cause I mean, but part of it is if we're just saying comps, that we're gonna go to comps, then yeah. Then that's what we're kind of saying is that's all you guys get, you know, and. You know, and then plus whatever inflation number, whatever we call it, inflation, which the state's number is 20% is pretty typical. So.
Yeah, with matching though, for years.
Is there some way we can phrase this or kind of like a little space for this, but also agree that it's like provisional, LMC, like something that says, we acknowledge this is our starting point, we would like to, you know. I don't like, how do we move from this so that we say, yes, this is important, yes, this is a great starting point, isn't it, or no, I don't know. And then circle back to it. So that we can move on, because I can sorry on.
It need to move, we got 15 minutes till 4 o'clock, the ERW.
I mean, it's really, it's given us a kind of decision.
Well, I think it's, I think it's the collective, from what's in here. I mean, actually, I think that the conceptual idea of talking about comps and inflation is lovely, and I think if we rebuild the process, that's where we all start, so that we're all seeing everything together. I don't think we have time for that right now. I do think that if there's an open for us to bake that into the process rolling forward, I think that's great. I feel like I get behind this because I do feel, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do feel like overall, not that the gap between comps and current reality classified as not as big as the gap with average teacher salary. That's a fair question. So I think right now, like that would be up unless, you know, somebody else says something differently, and I think I could articulate this to the board of why we're proposing this again. That's my current thinking, but I'm super open to one person.
Dude, the last time we did this for this MLO process, do we split it up based on percentages or? Do you know, because we're talking about a much bigger number, it's like $75 million the last.
When I've looked into it, Charlie, I think this was where that fair wage blueprint. Was the explanation that was, and it was loose enough to advocate for the reality, which meant there were employee groups in last MLO that got nothing, MLO bus driver. They had already been adjusted.
Okay.
And then there
So it wasn't percentages.
there were, you know, nutritional services staff, I think we see a 15 to 18% increase.
Yeah.
I think
If they wanted to bring them to that.
oh, we were so far off. I mean, in that, of course, in the overall dollars, it's small.
Yeah.
But the top percentages, but then I think teachers were 90 to 10, like the fair wage blueprint. Shut off that we want, so it's that. Okay, no, that, I don't, that's my, I don't know, I wasn't.
We sat down and said, your comparables belong in the top third of this top 30% of comparables. And Rob and Ray spent a huge amount of time going through comparables and for every single classified subgroup. Come up with all of the comparables to get them there. And then they said this is what we need and but there.
So what's that?
It was, yeah, well. Yes, and you're right, we said money, like this is how much money it's gonna take, there's here and put there. And I will say. I do think part of this teacher, because we were so far below, but he spent, I don't know, how much time for classified totally, like. So like in cafeteria, you know, cafeteria workers comparing to Wendy's and McDonald's, and this place, we came back to the numbers with us, and. Right, or otherwise we talked about it, but. We've argued for them at that table too, because they didn't have a voice that was strong enough to bargain for them to make sure they got their. So we never excluded them and never let them out of this. I mean, part of it to be also part of the health insurance, because we hear from that for the economy that we need a free health plan that we can afford to live on $30,000 and make it consistent, so. But that was, it was those subjects for both categories were really looked at comparatively.
And then it was very nuanced, right, of who got what, like,
Yeah.
range.
Well, and to get everybody, Rob's goal was to get everybody in the top third of their comparable, or IBB collective goal. You're right, thank you. So that was, so we did it for, and like, we looked at the preschool teachers, we looked at, I mean, he and Kelsey spent a long time to bring us back those numbers of like, if they were to discuss from the history, this is what they would be making. If they were to ask them as aides, this is what they would be making. I mean, there was a lot of work put into that.
Great, thank you for that. Liza.
I think that. I was just gonna say, it's like, it's hard to have these conversations when we don't. Know what the classified stuff looks like, but I think you will do it, it's just like sometimes to make them. Make certain classified job classifications, they just try to do this everywhere else that can cost significantly less. What it costs to get teachers compared, so I just like, yeah, it's good that we're looking at. What those actually costs, and I don't know, I don't understand there, we can't do that, but. Yeah.
I think we should vote it and see where we are. Yeah, and then.
The 67.
It'd be funding goes. The 4.5 million, 400K goes for recruitment and retention, there's 4.1 million left after that, 67% goes to certified, 33% goes to classified.
You mean the specifics of the salary schedule?
Yeah, that's not interesting. Yeah. Like not every position, like.
Right,
Yeah, I know the admin chunk isn't very big, but does it come from certified or classified?
I think this is a 0 for admin.
Yeah, that's what I was curious. Also, I didn't see.
I guess that's why we lost our APs, so we can be more as teachers.
Yeah, you had said that 8, you didn't mention all the ad.
Yeah, let's be clear.
So I would say 1 sentence.
My assumption is exact teams out of this, they don't worry.
Because that means about 10%.
Sorry to throw a wrench in everyone we're both on.
But you can say that again, and so if this is exact.
No, I'm taking my money.
Principal could still be included in the one, right?
Where?
That's my
Yeah,
question.
now we're making.
Oh, that was-
Oh, that's all, I mean, I was thinking classified in. Like principal,
And I-
school admin, you know, but I don't know classified.
You're saying certified as salary schedule A and B certified staff. You're thinking classified, everybody else except.
Yes, yes,
To executive.
except for some.
Wait, but, so admin's part of classified,
Oh, sorry,
admin's part of classified, correct? Cool, I just wanna make sure we have one.
yeah, no, it's good, there's a clarification.
So there is money that will go to principals.
And like the rest of classified, they'll compare to. Compare, whatever, comp.
So
Cool.
with the cert classified slash admin,
Why don't we just say, certified and then everybody else except. Executive.
Yeah. That's very.
non
Remaining.
Yeah.
and
Why is
but admin gets none of this,
No, that's,
or is that the same?
they're just saying 61%. Oh, I see what you're saying.
From the one.
That one, yeah, that's too late for that.
It's the same for, well, no, I think that admin would have to move up, I mean, like, everybody would classify an admin are included in that 6139, because that's including all staff.
Yeah.
And we're just talking about the mill levy being the 6733 that would exclude the basics. That's the way it usually works, because I think that they didn't exclude the exact team the last. The levy month. Okay. This is remaining staff minus the exec team. Correct?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And we're currently saying no admin in here.
So no, we're in the remaining staff.
So classified also gets changed to remaining minus exec.
The part I was missing.
We already voted on that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's done, it's already before.
but you just want to know who is included.
Yeah, representation, yeah.
It's because it's 100 minus
So
6.
that's meant to be classified as admin, just like what our normal salaries
It's different.
are.
It's 100 minus 61.
There's no way that classified usually gets 39%, right? That is, it's classified even when you look at the general audits, right? It's nowhere near 39. Chris, we're just simplifying it. It was certified and everyone else.
Sorry, yeah, now the classified here.
Yeah.
Should be changed
Yes.
to everyone's.
Yeah.
To remaining.
I get it now, I'm sorry.
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 No, it's good.
There it is, good.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're ready to thumbs for the mill levy distribution.
Always gonna forget to pay assistant principals again.
But.
Okay,
It was assistant principal.
that's that.
That's what I was asking.
Okay, good, so that passed. All right, now we need to move on to the ERW. There's some sort of a presentation or something to that.
Thanks. You
got 6 minutes?
You got 6 minutes. Yeah.
Is it in the certified?
It's in the
Certified folder. It's our same slide deck as last time, we just added one slide. Before we had half the camera showing and I couldn't see my back. I didn't know what camera was showing.
You said they don't want it showing.
Not this side.
What?
You go to the last one, or this is.
Yeah, it's the very end.
So our task, but it's the last.
Load up a bit.
The two kind of like different type of proposals, but in our subcommittee, debate around a little bit of question about the teacher directed ERW month, which I will recognize and acknowledge is different from what Brent and Pete said in the larger group, which was a trade in ERW if there's no increase in salary. But this is really more of a question to get leader feedback on the idea of about one teacher directed ERW per month for teacher directed. Gathered feedback from leaders on the idea, and I just put a summary of the like benefits that leaders share. Generally open to the idea, obviously a big benefit is teachers feeling valued and treated like professionals, and it's an opportunity to have individualized teaching language professional goals and to do it. Some schools also already regularly do this as needed at schools, and that's in addition to our separate method. Is this still it's in the subcommittee too.
We just added a slide to the end of our slides.
Okay, yeah. A couple of the concerns or wonderings was more about like, how to make sure clarity and focus and expectations and accountability from staff and leaders, both on, you know, what, similar to what our subcommittee had talked about, like, in the accountability pieces, we regularly gather feedback to improve, in response to feedback, how is feedback gathered to inform topics, so that is all included, and then also focus expectations, not with that as well. Some question about how do we ensure like we have shared agreements and all staff uphold it, and some staff is working earlier, not using their time as intended to student learning, and thus potentially negatively impacting staff culture. Another wonder that came up is you know, some of the feedback I think our subcommittee and also discussed around here was that sometimes the year these across the month feel choppy or disconnected, especially if there's rotation. That's sometimes a rotation or monthly topics could feel like that, and so whether that's surveyed. Feeling pretty important that schools can have flexibility just based on local needs or level. So that's one thing, like would, you know, are we talking about like a specific ERW, a month that is directed for, I'm sorry, reserved for teacher directed teachers for their flexibility? This idea. One thing just as a reminder to look at short months, like once with the winter break or Thanksgiving break, or that where there are less Wednesdays, and so what would that look like? And then there are a couple questions about it. You know, in a particular month where there's already time for prep for holding conferences or grades prepping, and then if this is on top of it, then that could result in long periods of staff not coming together. So this is really just a summary, not necessarily a direction. The task of picking as a team was together with feedback. And so our subcommittee didn't actually meet again since the last time we met, but so I didn't get a chance to discuss this, but I also don't know, generally we're like, I don't know if there's a thing to come really, but more, and then update on this was the feedback of the cover.
Moving part of why I don't think it's really directly fun, but one of the anxieties named was writing this into the contract now versus like trying it. Because if they're restricted, as soon as it gets in the contract and it's like this many minutes, we have to be very clear about like what the expectations are for a teacher, like. Sorry, I ran out of words.
Sure.
I just kind of want to speak about a couple of these positives and negatives. Because I am currently at a school that does this regularly, right? But I do think that there is an equity issue across the district, because it is a cultural practice in our school, right? The last Wednesday of a cycle, if there is a fourth Wednesday, it's teacher time to kind of do what they need to do. But I'm also owning the fact that that doesn't happen. A lot of schools, even within Glenwood, and that just kind of, again, creates a little bit of angst betwixt and between schools. And there are times where you don't see other staff members. I think in my school, because it's a big one, that has already always been an issue, so I don't really notice it above and beyond anything else. But yeah, the fact that it's already occurring in some schools highlights that it can be done. And the work of the school hasn't kind of come to waste.
So this is in lieu of the content teams like middle school has, it would then be this, or is this a different thing?
This is separate.
This is separate, okay. And then would this be for all schools, like all schools would have one teacher directed ERW, or is this like how there's one district for middle school and high school?
There's district elementary, just looks like.
Where they meet as an entire, all of the third grade teachers. in the entire
It used to be in person and now it's like, they're all doing the same thing, but at each building. But yeah, all of, like my art teacher, music teacher, both be together.
Classroom teachers tend to say.
I guess, but that doesn't answer my question. Is this for all? Yes, I just wanna make sure.
Yeah.
It's this all was. There, just so you're aware, I got a lot of feedback from the content leads at my school about a separate idea that was pushed out to that, and I'm just trying to make sure I understand the difference between the two.
This is fully separate. This is not involving that first year, third month.
Okay.
Thank you. This is on the buildings.
Alright, we're not getting too far in the weeds. Our district school. Sort of structurally like all the ways reason, the part.
Well, I think the first two are administrative issues. Right, the clarity and focus comes from their vision for outcomes for students. And second point is entirely an administrative one. Right, if you have people who are not using that time to improve their practice or to kind of give feedback to students. Like that's, from my perspective, that's an administrative job, right? You need to kind of be on those people having those conversations. As opposed to not having this for anyone because a couple of people are irresponsible and don't take their job seriously. As far as like the other ERWs feeling choppy or disconnected, I think that's true, but it's not because of one of them being teacher focused. I think it's just because of an issue between districts, ERWs and building ERWs. And on short months, like I said, it's only when we have 4 Wednesdays in a month, so in short months we don't have.
Do you have this like in a month? Does it occur where you get the fourth Wednesday also in where it's like your apartment rating?
It depends on when those report card days are. Do you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes they're not on Wednesdays, sometimes they're a Monday and a Friday. Do you know what I'm saying?
Wednesdays.
Yeah, and usually they give us time to report cards on those days. Those are.
Yeah, we're.
Yeah. I get on those months where we get it for the report cards, I think I understand what you're asking now. We would still have like our traditional ERWs, I like to call those like a mix between, I like to call them batch process, because usually it's kids who are behind that are targeted relearning activities. The room of batch processes.
I wonder if in the interest of forward motion. We could support either the committee that was working on this, who's already had some deep thought around logistics. Or a small working group to kind of like flush this out and come up with a proposal, like. Not a proposal that needs to go before this group, but a pilot project for 26, 27. That could create some structure around this to try to address this, do some. That then we could just get into and try. And then take a look at in January. And get more feedback on. I guess I feel like it will need some more feedback cycles and what could we win here in winning wins? With leaders generally open to it, teachers being interested in it, us having examples of schools who are doing it broadly. Like, could we try to find if that group that has representation from leadership, from staff, try to come up with a first pancake that we agree to implement 26, 27 to really, with this shared interest of really individualizing and making ERW time absolutely full to individual teachers. And we just try something. Maybe it's not, maybe we don't hit the one every month, but maybe we do 6 of the total. But we feel okay, just.
That's how it is ours. We don't get them every single month, just kind of depends on the nature.
But I wonder if it's good enough to just say we're gonna pilot next year. agree to that, and then let's pause and look at it, and if it gets into something where we're like, yeah, we nailed it, and this feels like a real high value, and it feels like a real impact, and we wanna codify it in a contract.
So without like a calendar of like this, like, say, it's first Wednesday of September, it'll be district, next to will be school PD, and then will be science direct.
That's exactly how our school calendar is, actually.
You, and, you know, maybe if the committee put something like that, so here's how Columbus doing it, y'all, does any, if the leader's like, ooh, in this month, I'd rather not be the fourth, but the third, we go, great, if you have some great rationale, but we're all gonna try to hit six, we're all gonna try to hit. I don't know.
I mean,
One piece I do wanna ask this group though, this came up from a couple of different schools, is would it be okay in this pilot year before we write it into something more official? If the school played with having the equivalent of 1 ERW in like 2 ERWs a month, they're doing a 45-minute like. So MTSS can happen, it's other committees during that time, and 45 minutes on, 45 minutes off twice. Would it be okay for schools to play like that if that was their BLT? Or is that seen like it's gonna increase the inequity across schools?
I think that increases the equity across schools. And you're regard to the conversation of BLTs that you have never going to be able to do that work, and we're just gonna know about none of those. That makes it easier for a teacher to be like, yes, I got it, or I'm the one was there to call the MTSS and I can commit it for the whole thing. I think it's.
Maybe that doesn't be saying.
But it's 90 minutes, right? So could it be phrased as like, teachers should expect 90 minutes of time, and that then gives added flexibility to organize that in ways that work for the buildings.
I don't think so, I think that's gonna, like, cause then what if they split it up into 15-minute segments, you know, it becomes like not useful time. It becomes time to like go to bed.
I would just point out that this meeting is proof that scheduling meetings in a tight time frame rarely happens. Especially when you have budget involved.
So is the proposal here to thumb this under this MOU concept of piloting?
I don't know if we can thumb it, I think that some leaders have some strong feelings about like committee structures and things like that. And I think the strong argument, I think this would just be a strong recommendation. I don't know if I felt.
Or not, I also wanna thumb it without everybody here,
Yeah.
like, we have a lot of people. We have a lot of big decisions.
Who's now?
Wow.
Wow.
Stacy.
And Jacob and Stacey are both part of me.
Jacob.
Jacob is the person who made this,
Yes.
You know,
so I think we know what his intents are, right? So like, if we're talking about other administrators across the district who aren't there here, like, yeah, sure, but. This is an interesting answer, but I.
I'm sorry. You're not earlier and I didn't.
No,
I lose track and paste it down.
Yeah, I just wanna say, like, with this, but also bigger picture. I know we're always struggling, like, who makes these decisions on different things, and 3 years ago, the calendar committee through IBB spent an entire year deciding if we were going from semester to trimesters for elementary and middle, and took the entire year, and that decision was completely taken back, not at all through IBB, and I'm not saying I agree or disagree with the decision, it's just like, if that can happen in a decision outside, then clearly ERW could be a decision that happens outside, and we can do it. Like, what I'm saying is, we're still just making up time for teachers to meet, maybe not even in a helpful way. We're just trying to make, I mean, I appreciate this, and I think this is great, and also I feel like we're just saying, hey, teachers, make up a reason for why you doing whatever, as opposed to like, let's just have time.
You need a warning label for that face. It's very concerning.
What do you think?
You're on that, right?
No, I mean, this is a good conversation, and I feel like we can do thumbs, I mean. You don't have to. Thumb up, we throw the thumb, see where it's all are. You know,
Can we clarify the language of the bill? I feel like in there, but maybe like, write it down, not say.
oh, okay, here's how I language it, yeah, piloting a fourth Wednesday. Given to teachers to lead the various tasks of their difficult jobs.
On campus. Or, we say fourth Wednesday and then six times a year. So we heard that's more like.
Sure.
Not do it every month.
6 times.
Well, like if there's a great days. Yeah, you're it has to, it's not.
Can we just make it like?
One Wednesday a month.
One Wednesday,
Yeah.
like that fourth Wednesday, could just
Sure.
be matched or something like
Yeah,
that.
that's the.
I think it should just be six Wednesdays, right?
Yeah, what's the option on May?
Okay.
It's unlikely on May.
The 8,
I thought it's like, right, we're coming on a.
Yeah, the pilot, yeah,
Contract, well, something.
right, because we're redoing the contract next year. Yeah, so.
I, the 6 Wednesdays.
Are they planned time or there can be no, where there can be no asks of teachers, or are they teacher directed work time? Or maybe if we said it's planning, that's.
Well, and I think a different question I have was, right, like, what if on one Wednesday, I wanna meet with my science teachers because I love them so much, right? But then I give my math teachers that ERW. Do I have flexibility where it's not the whole staff has to have it off, but then you could work with.
Amen.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So.
Speaks through a lot.
yeah, okay, Anna,
I mean, I guess I would. I say, like, we're working on it on a pilot, would love it if the committee could try to get language around it that. Threads the overlap of interest, because I guess I'm just cautious that what I feel I have a very hard time. Explaining to our broader community is we're giving 6 Wednesdays off. And so I do feel like saying this is teacher directed time. In terms of their own professional development needs, they're taking a graduate course, they need these days, we've asked them to cover 5 different preps, they need these at this time. They are a brand new teacher, they have this mentor, they need this time. So I guess I just want us to be thoughtful about them. And so
And I do think it should be.
yeah, should I take this off of here now and go to the notes?
You could, if you want to.
People could see.
Yes.
It's self-directed information.
special grades.
Yeah, I think one thing. Like. Someone in leader feedback pointed out that like during plan period, I don't need people to sign out if they're gonna go for a walk or get their dogs out, but if it's ERW and a parent sees you walking home, like. There is a community perception. That we do need to be aware of, especially if we're going for an animal. And. The other piece I worry about, like, people leave during the plans and that's great. Otherwise, how do you go to the dentist without being sub? But if you're a new teacher and you need to go talk to your team on that Wednesday, you don't wanna be the one that's like, hey, let's stick around, like. I need your help.
Right, so it was like on campus.
I mean, I do ask. Let me know the page and maybe like if we were to have an emergency or a fire drill for accountability, I need to know where people are. I'm not asking them to take PTO, but. I am asking them to communicate with me, and I do think there is a piece with. If we're giving. People time for their own professional development, their professional growth. Time to meet with their mentors, time to plan because they've got a new curriculum, whatever that looks like. it should be done in buildings. And there should not be there should be an expectation that staff are in buildings. Working independently or collaboratively, but are available
To meet collaborative,
to me.
yes,
That's right.
that's why you need to be on campus.
Yes.
Yeah, so I already motivated on 1.6, is that you should be, where you should. That's the expectation.
Yeah, but she's saying if we are moving away to giving teachers independent time before, it doesn't mean you can go home and force that.
I still think that's a fair expectation.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right, like I'm not changing.
right, but we're making, if it's like, yeah, I think honestly.
Okay, Matt. Okay. On our subcommittee develops a pilot set of guidelines to allow each teacher 6 Wednesdays of self-directed plan time for each year to be revisited and revised for the contract renegotiation.
Can we do plan time to professional development plan?
Yeah, we're planning on just to find it.
There's a seal fit.
What's that?
Self-directed.
Professional learning.
Yeah, professional, self-directed. Professional learning.
Professional.
That's what PL stands for. Sorry.
Yeah, I like that.
Great. Yellow.
Going on. And
We're doing.
is to ask one more clarification into the group before I think our group can do it. With a major revisit, like as leaders build their PD plans out in June and July for following year. We're asking them to plan out 6, and the major revisit will be about the 27-28 school year.
Correct.
Cool, that's just what I want to
I
clarify.
just want to clarify, it doesn't have to be the whole staff on this Wednesday, or it
Right.
does, and it'll be.
No, that's
No,
what I'm
maybe-
saying. Each teacher will get 6, so it doesn't have to be a whole staff off at the same time.
But it does need to be a full 90 minutes.
But you
Not
could
too
have.
I could meet with half my
Different
staff.
or something
Yeah.
else, staggered, yeah.
And then the other half.
100%.
And I can stipend people on what their trade, if you want to.
If they agree.
If they agree to it.
But they would have the right to say no.
Yeah.
Okay, so sounds
Okay,
okay.
so
Tom?
Some people would. Fix it.
Jason?
Yes.
Okay,
Like a bone.
okay, so let's Tom on this.
Let's try out.
Tom says yes. Okay, thumbs on that.
That's the big thing.
So usually we present our findings at a board meeting and present it to staff. How do we do that? Yeah.
We got it.
So like you suggest a slideshow, or it's in the
Right.
PowerPoint, that's my question.
Yes,
Okay, so you got a lot of sidebars. You need to have language to present it or how that means.
What now?
Yeah.
We have a final document that's typed up, that's presented to the board, and then we have PowerPoint, and we go and present to the board, and we present to our schools, like, how is that?
And that's about this entire meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Right.
what we.
Both meetings.
Yeah, like decisions made, final decisions made.
Yeah.
I think being like to
Okay, dear.
I think it's an LMC has to be a big part of that and maybe some other people here.
And or else you can't be our dummy ground. Like,
This is an only thing, it's not this one else.
yeah.
Yeah, actually, I think that. The board often hears LLC's voices, and if we gotta hear other voices and policies.
Presenting.
Presenting, yeah,
All of the above.
all of them.
Happy to. I got 20 minutes before I have for review, but I'm super happy to work with a team of folks who can work on like a slide deck of what every rep takes back to their building, what it's going to the board, so I can have some scheduled, like. We wrap appreciations and there's 3-4 people that will work on those cons, and it doesn't have to be, I'm happy to be part of that. And just scheduled, and grab something by the end of the week that gets out to this group has
Yeah.
and then we go live, I mean, people are gonna hear what we're talking about, but I think. Wait for the formal, like, here's all the wins.
Well, here's the conversation we have started,
a date that, like, or I to give us, it was done at IBB.
Yeah.
Which was done at IBB, out here, okay, and an agreement on whether can we do that, or.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, we gotta take it all of this forward, because there's a lot of salary stuff, so we gotta get that one by now. The next meeting is April 29th. We have to get something into the packet. Ideally by Friday.
Yeah, but we have, I think, presentation on May 13th, scheduled for the class, on the 29th, right?
We pushed it to the 13th because we thought that board was meeting this week on Wednesday and we didn't get it, so we just now talked.
Oh.
So I think last y'all pushed it back to the 29th to actually make it work. We could get in front of the board with this on the 29th and then do URW at some point in May.
Just historically, we have not got our staff here about this person. Not presented, we have said, heads up, it has to get more approval, but here's what we've got, but almost got a great idea, because it's so short notice to get staff, that's what we have, trying to hear that we. If you all told you, well, then us too, we would have to be also. To make video. But we'll also do that.
Just like with the budget updates, sort of.
Totally.
That's very good,
It's okay. Gene, you're
That's
not
very
asking
good.
and I don't need somebody else, but maybe this,
No.
that's a great.
I'm not making videos.
We have a whole YouTube channel, it needs to be a video, usually we just do like a movie, hit record, people talk, record.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Yeah, that's still nice.
But once we have the slide deck, that's just referring.
I can use the F, I can use it. Hold on, sorry, you can style it in time, just like to make sure I have.
Okay, I think if we can form a communication committee that could draft the slide deck, draft the board memo by Tuesday or Wednesday this week. We could get it out to this Wednesday, Thursday for any like, you totally screwed that up. Of issues, by Friday, you can get in the board packet, we could record it on next week, Monday or Tuesday, send it out to all staff. Present to the board Wednesday.
Do we have like an emergency meeting with classified in there earlier, just because I just don't want them to find out any, you could have board packet. That would be able to. Well, it's on video.
It's out there.
Yeah.
That's like the green map, it's like,
Personal.
that can be shared to those people, and they're now finding out separately, where it's like, you have a meeting, I'm just saying.
Yeah, maybe we could classify this week to talk about like.
And like, meeting on Wednesday, so maybe it's together. So that, right? Yeah.
What's that?
On Wednesday.
I can do that. I mean, we can certainly slow down, and do the board meeting on the 13th, but also like, let's.
So classified IBB. That we just certified and classified the same night.
Yeah, and then of course we have to come back with the salary schedule, like that works, somebody's gonna need to be on that team and figure out that. Same one.
What I'm gonna do after this meeting is I'm gonna bake into the budget that dollar amount, and I'm just gonna split it into two very broad categories, certified and classic, or certified and other employees. Okay, so that we're not gonna bake that into everybody's salaries a certain way, so that I'm just gonna move forward with that. And that way, whatever you guys need to do as far as board approvals, you know, then it's just one on my head that I or two that I have to adjust. So just makes it easier on my end, so that it's not an emergency, you know, the board has to approve right away. We can just. I'll also separate that out by fund.
Second, when you were saying that we want to make sure staff hears from, that hear us before they hear from the board meeting. Would next week hear something, getting the board packet before then?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
That's happened before, but like, it's not. It's not great.
I would guess that they could make sure that their IBU has time. Next week and give it to you. Right, we have a number here, the meeting speeches. or if it would be really awesome if we could have that presentation ready for us to give it on Monday, the 27th. Because that way we have two options for buildings. And have a help with presentation.
What if we're doing a video?
I know they're gonna be the next to present. Sorry, I missed that step.
Yeah, I think the videos will mess me out.
Yeah, cause that one thing I do hear from people a lot of the videos is they're super, super helpful, but they're like, when the hell am I gonna listen to it? And so like, I've been asked to give time at UW to watch the finance facts. So I would like it to be something that people haven't really paid attention to watch, but I think that's an important part of it.
I think that I think that's what about videos that we can see stats, and then they have the other thing constructed.
It's a good video that shows something.
Okay, so Anna's willing to work now, would be for one.
Oh, really scheduled. Schedule's not gonna work now, so I gotta be up there.
I'm very good at taking someone verbal vomit. It's organized where they go back, they finish it, and then we. Yeah, I can do very. I won't very comfortably. So I'm happy to look at that cards for you. Okay.
You guys all need any calendars to schedule time to meet?
Who's that crew that wants to work on ML slide deck? I don't want to, but I can try.
I don't know. So I'm making.
Okay.
I can help them with the like the combination.
Okay, so why don't the four of us just, so maybe we can really clarify what our next steps are, the four of us, quick calendar something. How about with, and we're backwards, does it sound right that like the goal of getting everybody a draft slide deck and a draft, and I wanna make sure we got the time, right, by like Thursday? So that, or maybe late Wednesday, so that y'all can say, yes, we got right and wrong, and we can put that memo and slide deck into the board packet, record a video that we can release Monday or Tuesday, a high level summary and say the board's gonna tackle this. So,
Monday's not school, right?
well,
Schools are students.
That's just, oh, right
It's
there.
ideal day.
That's ideal.
it's like,
No, the idea.
okay, so target is Thursday, get a draft, Wednesday night. For a draft out to this crew. Friday, which feedback by Thursday night. So that we can clean it up and get it in the packet by Friday. And then the people also form some film time perhaps over the weekend, so that we have a Monday distribution.
I need it 24 hours for editing. If you want subtitles in a million.
Perfect, we'll schedule and we're gonna write that stuff so that we can film it. Does that sound okay? And then LMC is meeting the first week of May, and we will back clean up on salary schedules and how and when those sorts of things, little details are happening. And then the other two items we didn't talk about was IBB timeline process, we didn't talk about DO staffing models, and so LMC will put out an policy on that. To make sure that we have to track it. That sounds right for next steps.
And our committee, the stuff are also.
Oh, yeah, because your committee's got.
Committee's got a meeting as well.
Yeah.
Is there, what's the deadline for our committee to have that done? We need that done, we don't need that done by now,
We just know that is enough, nothing.
I mean, that's what I got.
Cool.
Yeah, just use the notes.
Fairly, you know, that like we're gonna have to like, you know, adding. Because we're gonna have to actually look at how that's gonna be injected into the salary schedule, it's gonna be some.
It's gonna be some work, so I think for the certified schedule. So we can figure out who wants to start meeting on that team. Yeah, so appreciations and then scheduling for that group. All right.
Yeah.
Good.
The number of the day is 3 up. Because we did 3 things. You're good things. I appreciate the number to be. Because you.
Good start, you.
This way.
Good job. Appreciate it.
Well, thanks for the cookies, they were wonderful. So, first of all, that was a great thing. And secondly, I just am grateful that we had money. I mean, I know we didn't come in an agreement about how we could use that. I know we're all taking some risks. But I mean, I think it's a good thing we had. But we didn't talk about, this is the first since I've been here, so that was really exciting and I appreciate everybody coming together. I know it's not a perfect world, so we'll see now.
I also, someone who brought this business, I appreciate that, Jane who brought it with us, because I like to eat my feelings. I love Blondie as well. I was eating all my feelings today because Eliza got us pizza, it's fantastic. I gained weight. So I gained IBB today. So thank you guys for adding to my waistline.
Yeah. Thanks to everybody's endurance and willingness to stay at the table and come back to the table. Trust is rebuilt. I think in the day-to-day acts that we do, we'll continue to show up, and I know we still have a ways to go. But I think we're working in the right direction. So grateful for everybody's expertise, creativity. I just appreciate this space. I think we're smarter together, and I think we can be tighter, more targeted, and on how we do this work. So I appreciate everybody who's going to continue to have the conversation of how to make this process better, because I think we can do it better.
I guess Allison, thanks for sticking around to talk about your buildings and our committee working on it a lot in the past year, so it was like having it at the very end today. I know that I'm really for it. Thank you guys for sticking with.
I just want to say thank you to everybody throughout the years, because this will be my last IBB meeting, so appreciate all of you.
I want to say thank you for my first year. I learned a lot, and I'm really excited to be involved. I just want to say thank you for the openness. There's some hard conversations that are continuing to be had and will continue to have. I can do that today. But I appreciate everybody willing to listen and try to move forward. I feel like we used the caucus better than we ever used it this time, with pausing and breaking and showing hand. I appreciate it.
I appreciate, ideas and, ideas.
I think all of our schools have a story, and our districts has a story, and a lot of that didn't happen this afternoon, and it seems how we used to be able to get it out, and I appreciate that you shared some hard things, and some people listen to some. I know it's later, so. I appreciate everybody's time and effort and perseverance, and yeah, thank you to everybody who does even one here. I appreciate all the behind the scenes work that went into getting today done, the hustle or the tech team, staff, finance availability, and his willingness to put in a lot of extra time on the weekend to do what she could to set this conversation up for success with the board. Just with the right information, Chrissy's unwillingness to leave question marks so you can find out what's actually available. I appreciate those who took time to change their sub dates to accommodate the shift of employment. It's not a small lift, and it's all the other time is on these throughout the year, the phone calls, the email follow-ups that I just have to finish this one thought in my notes so I don't forget it tomorrow 5 minutes out of your time. For your family and your workout and your meals, your sleep, all that stuff that doesn't get seen here in this room. Dad, what would you like to
appreciate you being here. And the fact that you shared with us in the lunch about the Colorado River and how we're actually doing that. Relatively, yeah, all the conversations that you were in this week. And I appreciate everybody's tone over, I think this whole year has stayed like debate the issues, not debate the person. And I think that really helps us get somewhere together.
I'm just always inspired by being a part of this group, just because everybody in this room cares a lot more about the work than we do about the money, even though we talk about the money all the time. And I just like being around people that are passionate like that. It helps me stay inspired in this game, and especially to the new people that are fresh on IBB. Thanks for bringing it and getting used to it. Yeah, it felt successful, and I wasn't sure it was going to, but it does that. So that's good. Yes.
I greatly appreciate all of your commitment to the staff and the students of this district, the immense amount of hard work you put in to make this happen. I appreciate all the great things that you share and openly talk about. I am hopeful that with this MLO process that you can work to build trust back again in this district between the staff and board and administration, that all this hard work will make this district grow and be a better and better place for students to learn and for teachers and all employees to be. And I'm honored to be a part of the process. Thanks for great wisdom. Thanks.
Hey, we high five their handshake.
I mean,
If I were to speak, I would say I saw it, I think And then, first grade point.